I. Hello chat people, hey. Hasan 2010. 8 months pog, but have been watching for about a year now. Appreciate you chat and all the content. Hasan. Hi chat. Poggies. Hi guys. I'll lurk a new chatter. It's coming home Korean. Should we get married or something? Months pog. Hi Rudy Giuliani here. Let me in. As rage. Toonie Clean Rust Edition. Tony needs a team. Hit him up, Toonie Heart. Quippy. Hasan.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. We are live and alive, folks, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. It is Monday, July 5th, 2021, 11:23 a.m., and I'm a little late, and I know that is frustrating for some of you who probably assume the moment I am a little late, you're like, oh, he must have died. But I'm alive. I have the Logan Paul Mayweather towel on my head because I just took a shower, okay? That's why I am late. I am late, and I'm late because I took a shower. Something that I hope all of you do. Okay, offliners went off, to be honest. True. Yesterday I ended the stream early.
PogO Polom.
As you guys know, I did like a 3-hour stream. It was a short one, and I did a PO box. We're gonna do the second part of the PO box later today. But yesterday I ended the stream early so I could go celebrate this terrorist state's independence from a larger terrorist state
GTA
at the
anymore?
time. And celebrate we did, folks. Celebrate we did. I went to the 100 Thieves content house.
Hassle.
I went to the 100 Thieves content house, and we had a 4th of July bash, basically. And I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I feel like
Holy moly, 21
I feel like people aren't as patriotic anymore. Like, people are like embarrassed to be patriotic, and I don't know if that's because, like, hold on, I'll title OTV Rust server later, okay? There you go. I just, like, I will probably play on the OTV server in a little bit later today. Honestly, it does
Hassle.
legitimately feel like people are not as patriotic anymore, and I don't know what that's about. Like, I didn't see anybody wearing like American shit. Like, I don't know if it's because I'm in California. I don't know if it's because you know, critical race theory has like taught people to hate America.
Thanks for being here while I do my resume hassle.
But America is no longer feeling as gosh darn patriotic as it once did.
Best trip yet. Love you, brother.
And I'm
Thanks
here to
for
change.
keeping me sane through this pandemic hassle.
I mean, it could literally just be like where I was, you know what I mean? We were in fucking, you know, Los Angeles, so that's like very different. In the LA bubble. But I don't know. I mean, I feel like I've been to LA bubble parties before, and it's like, I feel like that there used to be, I think what convinced me that we are not as patriotic as we once were was seeing Will not dressed up in like full America gear. You know what I mean? Like, normally this is like America Day, and normally this dude would just like rock so many like he would rock America garb. I would normally would wear like America garb, you know what I mean? Just for funsies. I just didn't really have anything though. Like, I had no drip, so I didn't do that. But Will was wearing like his Berserk Bluetooth signal shirt instead. So I don't know. Maybe people are just not as patriotic. Who knows? But of course, obviously I'm going to talk about the Walmart in Texas where people are still patriotic. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. Anyway,
Hassle.
I do not understand fireworks. Maybe one day I'll figure that out. It's just never been a thing for me. Okay, I feel like post-Trump and post-COVID, most people my age are 100% disassociated from my country identity. Yeah, I feel like I don't know if this was Republicans or liberals who did this, but like I feel like patriotism, like hyper-patriotism now is just completely associated with Trumpism. It feels like, you know? Anyway, I'm gonna tweet out that I'm live and get right into it, boys, because there's a lot going on today. Okay, there's a lot going on today. Today we're gonna talk about Billionaire Summer Camp in Idaho.
Hassle.
Talking about my 4th of July experience. Is patriotism dead? Question mark. Billionaires have a summer camp in Idaho. Launching the New York Times.
I will try not to be annoying and get banned
Dan
by those other NYTimes. Thanks for the stream, hassle chat.
Deep dive, dude. The New York Times is doing like they're following behind,
4 months
but they are doing a remarkably good job still. Sometimes when it comes to domestic issues that pertain to white supremacy and domestic terror. The Daily podcast today talked about critical race theory. And their coverage, like this is, I guess this is like, you know, I'm saying that I am wait, what the fuck? Is Corinna Kopf an anti-vaxxer? No one talks about the anxiety some people face when asked to take a vaccine. We are consistently asked to respect people's feelings and personal choices, but all is thrown out the window when someone's nervousness is taken as selfishness. Wait, what the fuck? Oh no. Oh no, dude. What the fuck? The internet is a really weird place. Shit. I replied to the other photo. I replied to the photo. I replied to the other tweet that said the internet's a really weird place. I open up about how I currently feel and instantly I'm labeled anti-vaxxer. Y'all realize I have my other vaccines and plan on vaccinating my kids, right? Yeah, I just saw that she had her vaccines and people were just like yelling at her or something. All right, we'll fucking look at that in a second too. Let me just blast off here. OTV Rust server, I will be on it, obviously. I'm probably gonna do Hank Pecker. I'll probably hang out with Will and them. I haven't decided. I kind of want to do I kind of wanted to freestyle a little bit. But wait, where the fuck is my shit? Where's my tweet? I had ready.
Hasan time.
I had a tweet ready to go. Okay. Daycare is open.
Rust? Mod check.
Talking about my 4th of July experiences. In parentheses. Is patriotism dead? We're gonna look at the New York Times deep dive as well. Deep dive into Jan 6. Billionaires go to summer camp.
Hell yeah, birthday time and stream time.
And more news. Get in now. WW. Get it. More news. OTV Rust server later. And I'll get simply nailogical to do to help me paint my nails over the internet. www.twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Okay, there it is. That's the tweet. That's it. There's so much going on today. I got PO Box part 2 as well. I did part 1 yesterday. I'm gonna do part 2 today. Haus Capital exposed. Hold on. I'll title OTV Rust server later. Okay.
Poggers.
There you go. I just I will probably play on the OTV server in a little bit later today.
Hasan, if you do not play with me, I will literally expose you for being a not communist capitalist pig.
9 months. Let's go.
Yeah, obviously I'm gonna play with fucking Buddha. What the fuck? Call Buddha, he's crying. Bro, please roleplay as neo-libertarian and Rust. I will be doing that. There's so much going on. Boys, there's too much going on today. I just I don't know how to deal with it. You know what I mean? I don't know where to start. I don't know how to deal with it. There's too much news. There's too much shit happening. Here, I just blasted it. So here, retweet this so people fucking see it. And then don't yell at me later. Can we watch timestamps in the description? Give a little insight of what it's about. Oh, the cult of David Dobrik? Yeah, maybe. I also recognize the lack of patriotism and kind of sad but relieving at the same time. Happy for the Rust. July 4th at the White House. New ableism thread just dropped. Dude, I know. I don't want to show the person though, because 8
months, let's go.
They're probably getting fucking brutalized on the internet. It's so creative though. It's so fucking creative. Honestly. I've told you guys this before. I love disability activists because I feel like some disability activists that some disability activists I think are incredibly creative. I mean, all disability activists have the capability of being creative, but some of them are incredibly creative with respect to the shit that they come up with as as it pertains to it being ableist or something. You know what I mean? Yeah. Power of not touching grass. Yeah. When people say it's ableist to tell me to touch grass, I fucking lose my mind. I think it's great. Are you gay? Please answer me. Look at this. Look. Are you gay? Hasan, are you gay?
Hey,
Are
man,
you
thanks for all you do,
homosexual?
Hasan. Love your content, Has.
Please answer me. Are you gay, bro? No. I am straight. Okay? You happy?
Fog.
So, as I was saying, we'll talk about the disability thread as well. It's wild. It's very creative. It's very.
Yo.
But yeah, Rust is back. Hold on a moment. I'm gonna bring this table down. What is this?
Listen, cutie. Listen, clearly, I would like you more than Hasan if you just gave me the attention I need. That's it. You know, if I woke
9
up,
months, let's go.
you know, to a
Hasan.
selfie of you, you know, saying good morning, Nick, like Hasan sends me, you know, you would be there with me or with him. But, you know,
Yo.
you don't deserve it. Apparently not. You know, that's it. Hasan actually texts me. You know, sometimes he messages me on Instagram.
This is
You know,
true.
it's no one ever does that to me, and he does it, so I really like him a
Smile.
lot. So, you know, it means a lot to me. It does. You know, actually, I don't remember the last message I got on Instagram.
Yeah, I like him.
Poggers.
That's what people who. That's what friendly people do. That's what friends do. I don't know. Hasan never in my DMs. Why'd people sad? I'm aware that I'm now a celebrity in your community, so I humbly ask for a VIP. Dude, you are literally gonna get banned again. It's just like you're humbly asking for a VIP, and the only thing trade offer, I get VIP. Just kidding. You get fucking banned. Okay.
8 months, fuckers.
So keep that shit to yourself, unless you want to get fucking clapped. Anyway. He said you send him thirst traps to wake up to.
Asshole.
Stop lying. Yeah, I don't do that, but have I done that? I don't think so. I have 6K hours in Rust. If I'm being honest, your OTV service killed the game. It makes people think Rust is an RP game, and it most certainly is not. Summit finally got a taste of real Rust. OTV sucks. Love you, though. Wait, is this a copy pasta? Or is this person serious? No, it's a copy pasta, right? No
That's the first
shot.
off.
That's definitely a copy pasta. There's no shot this person actually said that.
Happy Arnie, baby.
Incoming. No way it isn't. Yeah. Rust is okay, boys.
Hasan.
Rust is not a roleplay game. Okay? It's a PvP game where you go into a server, you kill a bunch of like 14-year-olds who cry when you murder them and take all their shit. And then you immediately get wiped because you happen to be next to the Chinese clan that has already overtaken and is dominating the server. And they've already built a
I also
massive base
recognize
and
the
they're
lack of
sniping everyone.
patriotism. It's kind of
That's
sad,
what
but
Rust
relieving
is
at the
about.
same time.
Okay?
Happy for the Rust.
That and also saying a bunch of racist shit. So, blaming the Chinese now, incredibly dominant in Rust servers. Yeah. Rust is about saying the N-word and then getting absolutely destroyed by some fucking clan that literally dominates the server. Okay? Oh, like Mordhau. Yes, exactly.
Arjan Hassel.
That's what Rust is about. Racy said, be prepared for Rust drama. Oh, really? There's going to be some more Rust drama? Let's go, dude. I'm down. Make sure to start your day out with some good old-fashioned cringe. Oh, I fucking saw this earlier today. I got whiplash from this, dude. This like broke me a little bit. Okay, let's start with this first before we get to the news.
I was born in 1996 and I need a generation that fits. Hey you! Agency, no pot on our head, we got better memes and existential dread.
Be a millennial, we're totally wrong. We got DVDs and tons of student loans.
But you can't do a TikTok dance.
Well, I bet you can't wear anything but
Well, I
sweatpants.
bet you don't know how tricky this is. Well, I bet you never taken a busted quiz. Billie Eilish, Harry Potter, Jim and Pam. Oh my god, I love The Office.
20 months, let's go.
When I saw this, I thought climate change bringing about a cataclysmic event that destroys humanity in its entirety is not so
1 year,
bad.
let's go. Been watching for longer, but still.
I'm just saying, it's not the worst, okay? On the one hand, you have death, destruction, and everyone on Earth dying because it's become an uninhabitable
Don't know how much
space.
sports you're into, but wanted to
But
know
then
if
on
you
the
saw
other
what
hand, you
happened
will
with
never
Rachel
have
Nichols.
this. So, who's to say that the climate change genocide is not going to be bad?
Forgot to cancel Amazon
After
Prime,
you see
LOL.
this, you think to yourself, wow, it's really not the worst. Another thing that you think to yourself maybe is maybe bullying wasn't so bad. But like physical bullying in real life rather than cyberbullying, which is bad. Because it just doesn't work at effectively stopping this sort of behavior on the internet. What the fuck is a chuggy, dude? I don't like that middle parts is like a zoomer thing, okay? The abused has become the abuser, I see. Yes.
Rust is back. Pog.
Another thing I'd like to think to myself, what? No. What is a chuggy? Did you see Miz steal your setup?
Yo.
It'd be incredibly easy to go through every single president and list all the ways of being the object of public ridicule is simply part of the job. Let's just finish this part. Through this president, Abraham Lincoln was literally murdered for what he did as president. I say President Trump is going to be fine by comparison.
And I have
Is this motherfucker just like
Has
turning
Pog.
into me? Like, what is happening right now? What is happening? I don't even know if this is a joke anymore. What is he doing, dude?
Pog.
Did he realize I signed off early? So in order to capitalize on it, he was like, I'm gonna be Hasan now to just like take over Hasan's audience as best as I can. He impersonated you for an hour after you went offline? Oh my God. Yes, he did. Okay, buddy. What?
11 months, Pog.
We made him do okay, buddy? Oh my God, dude. He didn't check logs, not real enough? Yeah, this
Ask
is...
him emote when?
Weird
What the fuck? Wait, what is happening here, dude? What, dude? Who links a fucking? Oh, okay, here it is. Who the fuck links a mobile clip, dude? Yo, check out this mobile clip, bro.
Welcome to the cum zone.
Arjan?
Dude, being Hasan's awesome!
PogO Arjan.
Oh my god. Okay, I'm like, I feel weird about this, dude. What are you guys doing? And he's eating too.
Fuck Trump!
PogO 886.
Actually, no, Trump's good content.
That's literally, that is something I would say, dude. What the fuck? Not like fuck Trump or anything, but
Let's go, boys. 6 months.
dude,
Thanks,
this
Arjan,
dude has
for
been
radicalizing
watching
me, and
way
my
too much
parents
of
were
my.
basically out mornings news
He's
now.
been watching
Also,
way
I'm
too
on
much of my
90 day
streams,
back
dude.
pass.
What is happening? Dude, this is the best type of flattery.
I'm in
You're
the water
radicalizing
with
their
mine,
streamers.
brother.
This is awesome. But also, I'm a little like, I don't know if I should celebrate this or get mad. I don't know.
Hey, Snaspy.
It's like too good. It's too good. Mizkif does such a good job of farming content. LMAO, this is funny as fuck.
8 months.
He turned on Keck W for this. We won. It's over. What did he say? Hasan, I'm leaving. Yo, Austin, call me. No, he didn't say anything. I don't know why you guys are adding him. What are all these badges, dude? TwitchCon 2018, TwitchCon 2019, Turbo, Prime Gaming, GlitchCon 2020, verified, 6-month sub, VIP in the
Wow,
chat.
7 months. Thank you for all good times, Hasan.
On some level, maybe you should be creeped out too. No, I like this. I like it, dude. You should get mad because this is my last
Best
sub
2
to you. I'm
months
now
ever.
subbing to
I
Mizkif.
appreciate
Goodbye,
everything
L
you
Nerd.
do for
Oh
us.
no, dude.
Anyways, step on me, please.
Is there somewhere we can donate so we can get some help so no one should live in these conditions?
Damn,
Wait,
1
what do you
year
mean?
has gone so fast.
So tomorrow, Warpitch meeting agrees with you? By Screen Rant?
Portal. Oh my god, what?
Oh, Screen Rant agrees with me on my on the Tomorrow War. The collateral of your fame is our shitposts are leaking
Damn, been
everywhere.
subbed for a year, been following for 2.
Still no Rust skin.
37 months. Hassle
Oh,
CSGO or Apex.
I
Ren?
forgot. They said no to the Ushanka, so I told them I want to do a Fez, and I forgot to tell Abe. It's my fault for the
I'm
most
listening
part.
to you on a hike. Has buff literally touching grass.
What kind of Rust skin should I get, chat? I said I wanted a Ushanka, and they said no. They were like, you know, not great of an idea. So I was gonna do the turkeys or kek kebab hat, the Fez.
Hey Arjan, thanks for the
Anyway,
content.
okay, we got to get
I'm
to the
sorry
news,
I
boys.
didn't
Come
watch
on.
Before ShitCon, but
I just wanted to show you a little bit of cringe so we can get started with our day, but now we're like we're stuck on the cringe.
13 months.
But speaking of cringe, okay, so I responded to Corinna saying I'll defend you, Corinna, because I
Nice
saw
shirt.
only this, right? I saw the internet is a really weird place. I open up about how I currently feel, and instantly I'm labeled an anti-vaxxer. Y'all realize I have my other vaccines and plan on vaccinating my kids, right? So that's what she said, and I just saw that, and I thought people are just overreacting probably. And also, she's hot. So I thought to myself, like, I will simp a little bit. I'll defend you, Corinna, is what I said.
Cruciferous vegetables are good.
Okay? And then I saw it, but it wasn't a thread. Why don't people thread their fucking tweets, dude? So then I saw another tweet right before it just now. No one talks about the anxiety some people feel when asked to take a vaccine. We're constantly asked to respect people's feelings and personal choices, but all that is thrown out the window when someone's nervousness is taken as selfishness. Every time you ever get a flu shot, you went in anxious about what? The needle? That they would inject you with some super secret government mind control serum? What about a vaccine that makes you anxious? She said, I've never had a flu
After
shot.
that TikTok, I wonder if humans even
And
have
people
the right
lost
to
their
exist.
minds, but like, not having a flu shot, and I'm not saying this to simp or defend Corinna because she's hot.
Chugi is what
But
I did to you, Mom,
not
last
taking a
night.
flu shot is like significantly more common than you would think. Like, I don't know when the last, I mean, I've gotten flu shots. I just don't know when the last time I got a flu shot was. Probably when I was a kid.
Hassle.
Like a big chunk of even people in the healthcare, even people in healthcare don't take the flu shot in a lot of instances. So I don't know. People don't have insurance and usually don't get the flu shot. But how do you defend not wanting a COVID vax? No, I do not defend that. I think that's
16
indefensible.
months AMK
COVID
turkeys.
vaccination is good, folks. Okay, dude. I went to Florida. I went to Texas. I went to a 4th of July barbecue. The rest of the world literally looks at us and goes, "When can we have that?" Okay, that's insane. It is insane not to take the flu shot. It's selfish with respect to like, you know,
Percent
not opening
2.0.
America. It's selfish with respect to like continuing this fucking virus. What did she say? She said, "You think a flu shot is
Yo,
a vaccine? Ha 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 ha." Yeah, the flu shot is definitely a vaccine. Corinna, it's okay. It's all good. The UK, no one gets them except the elderly or doctors, people with respiratory problems.
Apparently, I'm still giving you my money even though I'm broke as shit now.
Okay, if you're fucking broke as shit, don't give me money. Tell me, what are you doing? My province in Canada hit 75% first and 50% second today, so we're opening up soon. Hell yeah, brother. That's great. So, the flu shot is good, folks. It's very good, but I think she did get her vaccine, so... Or not the flu shot, I'm talking about the COVID vaccine. I mean, she said she's gotten all of her vaccines. She said the flu shot isn't a mandatory vaccine. I didn't get them growing up and I don't get them now. Never had the flu either. Not that it even matters. Not getting the flu shot doesn't make you anti-vax. The fuck? Yeah, I mean, I think people are being a little aggro because of her background and therefore people assume that she's like anti-vaxxer when she probably doesn't even know the flu shot is a vaccine. It's not a mandatory one. She is correct about that. Why are people afraid or don't want to get the vaccine? Just insane conspiracy theories for the most part. The fear of the unknown. There are a lot of people who are Luddites and are fearful of modern medicine. There's a multitude of different reasons. I mean, reactionary, fascist, and psychopathic conservatives will use any opportunity to scare people by latching on to pre-existing fears that people have, no matter how unwarranted those fears may be, such as, you know, the top of the hour ad break that comes at the top of every hour on this broadcast. And if you no longer want to see those ads, you can use VPN or an ad block, or you can subscribe for $5 or for free for the Twitch Prime, of course. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know that was a good ass fucking transition. So yeah, I'll keep talking about this for a second. Hold on. So there's always a coworker who thinks it's brave to go to work while having the flu instead of staying home. Yeah, that's really bad. That's dumb and it's bad. What is this? Hasan is so pretty, it makes me sick. I've never wanted to suck a dick so bad in my life. Thank you guys for sending me Corinna Kopf's likes. That's very kind of you. This is really boosting my morale tremendously, dude. It really is. What are you sipping on? Cold brew, baby, as always. Oh, I forgot to fucking talk about what I did yesterday, dude. God damn it. Okay, listen. So, yeah, I like dove into the Corinna Kopf situation, which is not even a situation. She just fucking said she feels nervous about getting the vaccine, which she shouldn't. Or no one should, really. I think there are mostly illegitimate reasons to be fearful of modern medicine. You partied? I saw your IG, bro. Yeah, it's not a secret. I posted it on my Instagram stories, dude. What the fuck do you mean? I have a coworker that said, I don't do shots, as in she hates needles, I think. And then I overheard her calling a vet to get a scheduled shot for her dog. What do you say to people who say it'll have unknown side effects? My best friend refuses to take it. Okay, here's what I've said about COVID and about the vaccine. Not to pull a Donald Rumsfeld here, but there are unknowns in both circumstances, okay? You get the COVID vaccine, it's a roll of the dice. Maybe medicine fucked up, but it's a controlled situation. So the unknown side effects of a vaccine are limited, okay? There's a tremendous amount of testing that goes into this. Whereas on the other side, if you get COVID, the dice roll is tremendous. We don't know the long-term consequences of getting COVID. We know the short-term consequences of getting COVID, which is fucking dying in the most extreme instance. Or at the very least, getting pneumonia and permanent lung damage, which is still not great. Okay? So, if you're going to roll the dice, I am not a fucking caveman. I am not a Luddite. I would rather roll the dice with science. Especially because that dice roll has already predicted outcomes. Okay? The side effects and the negative consequences are tremendously limited in comparison to what may happen if you do get COVID. Then there is also, and that's just the hyper individualistic American mentality that also ties it back to gambling a little bit so that, you know, hogs will understand it. But then there's also the collective comprehension. And that is that when you get the vaccine, you are playing your role in helping reduce the spread of COVID. Okay? Do you understand? And that is tremendous. The quicker a majority, an overwhelming majority of people get COVID vaxxed, the quicker we can reopen, and we have already reopened. Like the difference between rolling a D18 and flipping a coin? No, it's not. It's not even like that. No, that isn't even, it's incomprehensible. It's like 1 in a fucking million shot versus, you know, a much higher likelihood that if you do get COVID, you're going to get fucked. I don't know how to describe it. It's not like a 50-50 at all. So we don't know for sure how long the long-term side effects of the vaccine. Didn't the original measles vaccine accidentally sterilize a bunch of people? Okay. Modern medicine still looks into potential consequences. Like, no matter what happens. I don't know why you guys are so adamant that this is going to sterilize people. Nobody wants your cummies anyway, okay? It's 2021. Like, She said, I don't know. I'm terrified of putting anything in my body. Oh, this is an old ass tweet. I'm terrified of putting anything in my body. That's why I don't smoke and really drink. I'm scared. Maybe scared of taking Tylenol sometimes. Antibiotics sounds like the end of the world to me. I don't know. Help. I mean, I got some fucking antiquated ideas on medication as well. You guys have heard me before. I get upset about painkillers, and I feel like they're certainly overprescribed. And I think Americans, unfortunately, American doctors hyper-focus on pain management from the point of view of pain avoidance rather than actually doing physical therapy and trying to identify the problem and fixing it by building out your muscles and working on them. That shit pisses me off. It's obviously there are instances where you have to get painkillers. That's not what I'm talking about. But it does frustrate me for sure. Comparing painkillers to antibiotics. I mean, I'm just saying that there are areas that I am critical of as well. I'm pretty sure Joe Biden has no clue where he is 75% of the time. Ha ha ha. Okay, that's actually true though. She's right about this one. I'll hit that with a like. Imparting antibiotics to painkillers, you're simping hard. I mean, she's talking about not even taking Tylenol. So that's why I brought up painkillers. You would defend literally anything this woman tweeted, LMAO? No, I think it's silly to be afraid of vaccines. I already mentioned this. I got the vax and the side effects have been pretty drastic though. Now I can't stop watching the hit music Cats and the film adaptation starring none other than Idris Elba. Life is very hard right now. Yes, and the opioid crisis because of overprescriptions. Yeah. If anti-vaxxers want to spread some killer propaganda, they got to talk about how fucking hard your arm hurts after this shit. I think people are... I mean, it's just dumb. Her concerns and her opinion on the matter is just dumb. That's it. And also, if we're to talk about like the vaccine hurting your arm, it's more than owies, dude. It fucked me up for like at least 10 hours after I got it. Like 10 hours in, after getting my second shot, it fucked me up for like a 10-hour period. I had like crazy dreams and stuff like that. It wasn't just like owies on my arm. And, you know, it can trigger certain shit within people. Fucked yourself by calling her dumb? I'm saying she's dumb. I'm saying that those are dumb concerns to have. They're not good concerns to have. With respect to getting the COVID vaccine. Why don't you ever cover Christian Walker? He is content personified. Yeah, I know. Well, I think he's just fucking ridiculous. So that's why. Y'all, I went to Starbucks and asked where their American flag was because they didn't have it up. Like we all knew they wouldn't. But the best part didn't record and it ruined the whole video. I pulled through and didn't get anything. Sorry, sweetie. I want a coffee with a pump of America today. Happy 4th. Like, he's gay. He's black. He's a celebrity. I do not understand why he tries so hard to be conservative. There is like not a single one of those important features that conservatives appreciate. So have fun. I don't know why. Like, he's literally a Hollywood liberal, dude. Anyway. Speaking of patriotism, Christian Walker is correct. Why can't everywhere be like Hazlet, Texas Walmart? too love to put my hand on my heart and start singing the Star Spangled Banner right next to cases and cases of Mountain Dew, baby. I said Bammer. Star Spangled Banner. Yee, brother. Americans having flags everywhere is so weird to me, dude. Always see it when driving down to the States. What's with that? It's just America, baby. I mean, this is some North Korea shit, to be fair. Like, this level of performative patriotism is actually just, you know, it's dumb as fuck. Who gives a shit? It's pretty funny. But this is precisely what Americans think, like, what people in North Korea are doing all the time. And that's the difference. If that was China, we'd be talking about brainwashing. Yeah. Walmart is their church, though. That's true. Folks, I have really bad news. I guess Corinna is in here. She unfollowed me, so it was very short. It was short-lived. GG's, boys. Are you subbed to Corinna OnlyFans? No. Corinna, if you're in here, please take me back. I'm sorry. Hey, Snyder, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. She's a Facebook streamer. Who cares? Bro, I don't give a shit where she streams. She's fucking hot, dude. Fuck you mean? Also, I want to kiss Corinna and go viral too. You tried? You'll get him next time. America feeds me and gives me free money. This is not North Korea, dumbass. It says vegan pretty feet. What? Stop objectifying women. I'm literally wearing an incel shirt, dude. See? Never kiss those hoes in the mouth. There you go. No misogyny here. I kiss your mom in the mouth. There's nothing wrong with being a hoe. Every girl that you've had sex with, most girls that you've had sex with have had sex with other people. It's a ridiculous fucking take. Weirdos. Yeah, we need confirmed 5,000 plus makeouts in here, dude. My mom says you're lying and that she will see you later. I don't know about that last part though. Yeah. Where was I? Oh, I was gonna talk. Where'd you cop the incel tea? Someone said, someone sent it to me. Okay. Yesterday, I went to the 100 Thieves content house. Okay, and we had a 4th of July party. A lot of people were there. I got to hang out with a lot of the LA streamers, which was fucking awesome. Okay, that was sick. There was no grilling until someone brought steaks and started grilling, which was dope. Saved the day a little bit. Okay. So we saved it because you got to grill on 4th of July. There was like a lot. I think it was like sponsored by Chipotle or something, or they have like a Chipotle sponsorship. So there was like hella Chipotle. I fucking crushed Chipotle salads. Outside of the food, there isn't really much to talk about, actually. I don't know why I was like, I don't know where I was going to go with this. I was like, oh yeah, I was wearing my Teddy Fresh and people loved it, dude. Everybody was like, yo, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? It's so sick. What the fuck is that? So shouts out to Ethan Klein and Gila Klein. God damn. They did a great job, especially Gila, obviously, who runs the whole show there. But my Teddy Fresh definitely got some looks. Is that button up going to go on sale? I think it's like their latest. If it hasn't come on sale yet, I think it is coming on sale. Like most merchandise is kind of cheap. It's clear that they're not doing it like influencer merch. They're doing their own thing. Like it's like an operation in and of itself. It's like an actual legitimate fashion brand. They're very good. I'm wearing them right now. I beat Ludwig and Symphony in beer pong. Will and I fucking crushed them. I don't know why they thought that they would come after us, even though I thought Lud would be good because he went to Arizona, which is like, you know, they literally give degrees on beer pong there, which was surprising. It sold out already? Oh, it sold out yesterday? So that was kind of sad. I know that my man AZ isn't ASU. Where did he go? Did he go to Arizona University or University of Arizona, or did he go to Arizona State? It doesn't matter though. Both basically are the same. Anyone who thinks that they're different from the point of view of being a party school is fucking stupid. U of A isn't as insane as ASU. They are both incredibly big party schools, dude. You're crazy. Wrong. Okay. Okay, dude. God, the hottest girls go to UA and ASU. Who cares what the difference is? This is true. You think Lud got invited to parties? Probably not. I don't know. He was an English major. People call Rutgers a party school too. I mean, Rutgers is a party school as well. The only reason why Arizona schools rank high in engineering is because of their proximity to defense contractors. Anyway, University of Arizona is a STEM university compared to ASU. You are wrong. I know. My brother is STEM from Rutgers. I know. You can still be a party school and have a good STEM program. He has story time about parties and how he got kicked out of his frat for being awkward. So, anyway, beat their ass. I also ordered, Will and I ordered like $500 worth of fucking Shake Shack to the party. That was my addition to the party, basically. And Will got fucked up. So I had to drive his car, and he stole a box of limited edition Courage game fuel. And then his payment, like while we were leaving on the way out, he just like took a box. I'm like, what are you doing? Don't do that. He's like, dude, they have so much. He goes, they have so much, dude. And he took Courage's, like, because he had boxes and boxes and boxes of, like, game fuel. And he took one box and he just yoinked it. And then as payment, he gave me, like, most of them. So now I have Courage's game fuel in my fridge, which I will be drinking later. It's very good. I liked it. So technically, I stole them. Okay? What flavor is it? It's like you're an accomplice and a getaway driver? Yes. I was the getaway driver and I got paid in game fuel. Stealing from 100 Thieves, the Walgreens of esports? Yeah. Did Lud beat you in beer pong? Of course not, dude. Will and I crushed him. Absolutely destroyed them. Okay. Let's get into the news now, okay? Look, starting with 4th of July celebrations at the White House.
Independence from the coronavirus.
This year, the 4th of July is a day of special celebration, for we are emerging from the darkness of years.
In the largest event of his administration, President Biden hosting a barbecue for 1,000 military families and essential workers, and honoring the more than 603,000 American lives lost to COVID-19.
To heal,
hold on, I'm gonna grab my
we have to
game
remember.
fuel.
We have to remember them, and we will.
The event coming after the Biden administration missed its goal of 70% of Americans receiving at least one vaccine shot by July 4th. The CDC reports 67% of U.S. adults have had one dose, and 58% are fully vaccinated. And a new ABC News Washington Post poll finds that among those unvaccinated, 74% say they're unlikely to get a shot.
My fellow Americans, it's the most patriotic thing you can do. So please, if you haven't gotten vaccinated, do it. Do it now.
The call to action all the more urgent with the highly contagious Delta variant now identified in all 50 states, accounting for more than 26% of new COVID cases nationwide.
We are seeing increases in cases in those areas in the country where there's lower vaccination rates.
Now, those concerns about the Delta
Man, that's crazy, dude. Who would have thought?
variant are getting amplified as U.S. road and air travel reaches pre-pandemic levels. Travel experts say to try to avoid busy roads, you should try to drive home before 1 p.m.
Who would have thought, dude? We already watched this. Customers fucking got together. And had a very patriotic scene in the Hazlet, Texas Walmart. Dude, there's something wrong. There's something wrong with these people, bro. I swear to God. Anyway, I'm drinking the Courageous Sherbet. Game fuel that Will stole from Courage. Very good. Had a bunch of these yesterday. No yerba mate, bro. Guys, yerba mate is not fucking 0 calories. Stop sending me yerba mate with the hopes that I drink it. The reason why I drink diet soda and fucking game fuel and shit like that is because it's caffeinated and it's 0 calories and it doesn't fuck my fasting up, okay? Oh, here. We're going to talk about the billionaires going to Idaho in July. The Sun Valley Summer Camp. I talked about this earlier on my Instagram story. This is what I wanted to talk to you guys about. You know, everybody always is upset and feels some type of way about conspiracies, about how, you know, wealthy people get together and secretly decide to do certain things, like that, to decide about the future of America or the future of the world. It's like they're not doing it in secret, dude. There is no Bohemian Grove. Like, this is straight up, like, Bohemian Grove is just a club. It's a club for rich people to be gay with one another at a time when they were not allowed to be gay in the open, okay? This is the real shit. This is where they go to plot. They do summits. They do Davos, okay? Is this a Cum Town bit? No, it's not. It's not a fucking bit at all. There is no, like, Illuminati. They just do it out in the open, and people are like, no, that's normal. But also Illuminati. It's like, why do you want to make something that occurs right in front of your eyes into something that is even more secretive than it actually is? Like, they don't need to hide any of this stuff. They get together and literally talk about wealth inequality and how to deal with wealth inequality. And yet people still want to act like there is something additionally secret. Okay? So let's see what this is about.
How do you know you found a super secret conference full of millionaires and billionaires in the middle of scenic Idaho? Well, you just count the private jets. This is Sun Valley, Idaho, population 1,400. But every July, the net worth of this town gets a major boost when the Allen and Company Conference, also known as Summer Camp for Billionaires, is in session. We're heading to a conference that's so secret it's not actually announced. There's no public guest list. There's no agenda. In fact, the only way we knew it was actually happening was by calling and finding out all the rooms at the hotel were sold out. There's a lot of people I know who think...
I mean, it's like, it's not necessarily a secret. It's just that, I guess it's more secret than, like, Davos. You know what I mean? But journalists are all over this year. I hadn't seen this much coverage of the Sun Valley shit this year. Like, they don't really talk about it like this, and they haven't really talked about it like this until this year. So I guess it's like they're just kind of popping off this year on the conference itself, but it's not really. It's not exactly a secret.
Think they are big CEOs who've never been invited here. I'm really not sure how much access we're actually going to get. We've been standing right out here for hours. This is as far as we're allowed to go. The press is not allowed to go inside the building, and the organizers will never confirm who's actually here. So the only way to know is actually to stand outside and watch them walk in. Tesla's Elon Musk, Disney's Bob Iger, CBS's Les Moonves, and Home Depot co-founder Ken Langone. These are...
Yeah, it's for like these billionaire freaks to be able to wear Patagonia vests and talk to one another about, like, what they're potentially going to do. Famously, last or 2 years ago, I guess, or whenever fucking Jeff Bezos decided to buy the Washington Post, like, this was the conference where he decided to buy it. It's basically all expenses paid get together that's thrown by a that's the Palantir CEO. Okay. It's thrown by, why are all billionaires bald? Because there's no cure for baldness. It's thrown by a smaller bank, like a smaller, I think it's a hedge fund or something. And the only thing that they demand of you for throwing this is, like, if you put together a deal, like, they want to be in on it. Okay, that's it. They facilitate the deal. Allen and Co. Thank you. That's the name of the bank. Allen and Company is the investment firm. So that's what this is about.
Probably some of the busiest people on the planet. So I had one question. Why are they all here?
There's nothing like it. This is it. Media, entertainment, special subjects they have. It's a fabulous conference.
What do you most get out of this conference?
It's mostly about the ability to convene and to communicate directly with a lot of people. It would take me longer to get to all those people than it does here all in one place.
I gotta go.
Nice to see you all.
We needed to be back at 6 a.m.
The rich equivalent of y'all yesterday at the 100 Thieves compound? I guess. Kind of. Like, I'm not going to the 100 Thieves compound to do business deals. They're there to do business deals. They're all there to do business deals with one another. I'm going to the 100 Thieves compound because I want to fucking eat free food and hang out with other like people in my industry that I don't really get to see in person a lot. That comparison made 0 sense. You guys just got drunk and stole G Fuel? Yeah. Well, for them, it's like they have so much power. Like, these people are literally the gatekeepers of all power on the planet. So obviously that's the main difference there, is that they have tremendous power. We do not. It's like comparing this to the 100 Thieves content house is like comparing the 100 Thieves content house gathering to, you know, your backyard barbecue, which is a significantly better comparison than comparing this to the 100 Thieves content house. That's what it is. It's a backyard barbecue.
To catch the attendees headed to breakfast.
Who knows here? I mean, it's the morning.
So this is how it works. They walk by, sometimes they make a joke, but they're not talking to us. They're not actually answering questions or revealing what's going on at the conference. Everything is treated as off the record, meaning they're not even supposed to talk about being here.
Good morning. Do you have a quick second?
No, I don't. Good morning.
Brian Sutter from CNN. Do you have a moment for us? Talk to CNN for a moment?
No. Why the fuck is Chris Christie there, dude? Like, why does Chris Christie get invited to this? What kind of feedback is Chris fucking Christie going to have? Very strange.
Not today, not today.
Can you talk to us about Apple News for a moment? No?
Now that's a motherfucker that's there for free food, okay? Chris Christie. Same, like, if I was invited to some shit, if I was invited to an event, you bet your ass I'm there for free food. So same with Chris Christie.
I don't want to say I'm giving up entirely, but I'm definitely taking a lunch break.
Now, thankfully, Hollywood producer Brian Grazer saved me from a sugar overdose and agreed to talk with us off campus about what really goes on behind the scenes.
People aren't here with pads and paper.
Okay, he's never getting invited back.
Paper, taking notes, or just getting to know each other, like getting to know how different people live, different people that have expertise, understand their expertise. You know, you see all of the media titans, they're sitting at the same table. They're all hanging out. They, of course, are competing on so many different levels, but in the very end, they all have humanity. They all
class solidarity. That's literally it. It's class solidarity. The thing that all billionaires and millionaires that are at this event, the thing that they all share is class solidarity. The thing that workers never have and never will have, because the billionaires and millionaires, the capital owners that have that class solidarity, do a very good job of making sure you don't. So guys, how do we fuck up the world for the next year? No, they get together and they talk about what are we going to do about the poors that are fucking losing their minds. That's what they talk about. They talk about, you know, riot tax, aka welfare. How much welfare is actually good? How much should we do to like fight back on climate change? I mean, this is not a secret either. Like, they talk about this openly. If you go to Davos with a quick Google search, you can figure out like what the events are, what the panelists speak about at these sorts of functions. I mean, maybe with this one you can't figure it out because it's less formal. It's not a formal event. But with like Davos and shit and summits, it's literally not a secret. They talk about wealth inequality and how to deal with it. The difference is when we talk about wealth inequality and how to deal with it, we have drastically different opinions than how they want to deal with it. And the main difference is that the way that they want to deal with it is actually how wealth equality is dealt with in the end, because they have all the power. The number one Davos problem polled was fucking regulation, and the last place problem was climate change. We're all going to die. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's it. They talk about wealth inequality and then, you know, hide their assets in overseas tax havens and make sure to further deregulate the government.
Understand how hard the game really is.
I would love to be involved in this in any way, shape, or form. I would die to just like be able to ask questions at an event like this. It would be very interesting.
They want each other to win. They want the business to win.
While my journalistic pride was a little bruised, these executives are encouraged not to talk to people like me. They come here for the opposite reason, to ditch their corporate suits and have some straight talk with their peers. Whatever they're plotting, I certainly don't know what it is yet. But hey, there is always next year.
I mean, I'll tell you what they fucking plotted. The plot that they came up with was not the business plot, which is kind of a funny way to yeah, they're just doing the business plot again, dude. But instead of FDR, but to Joe Biden. So this is from 2015. And this is like ongoing this year as well. But what I was going to talk about is it's still the same shit. It's at the same place in Sun Valley, Idaho. The thing that they plotted was ethical capitalism. Remember that Johnny Harris video that came out about how there could be an ethical stakeholder capitalism. That was what they wanted to rebrand as. Stakeholder capitalism, like reshifting the effort and energy and the fiduciary responsibility away from shareholder capitalism to stakeholder capitalism, and you know, adding more emphasis on not necessarily the workers but just the environment, stuff like that. That was what came out of this conference, okay? And as we all know, it's not necessarily a solution. Yeah, the one that was sponsored by the Writers for Stakeholder Capitalism. Exactly. It's shit like that. It's always about how to suppress the poors. Like, it's a delicate balance. Okay? It's always a delicate balance to give people enough that they don't recognize that they're pushed into a fucking corner and they have to fight their way out of it, but not so much that they are comfortable enough to rise up. Okay? If you're well fed, you might be able to actually fight back. If you're starving, then you might actually have no other option but to fight back. So it's always the carrot and the stick, trying to figure out that delicate balance. And that's precisely what they get together and talk about. And it's not even like a hidden idea. It's not like a secret. It's not a conspiracy. Some of those people legitimately think that they have the right opinions in mind, that they feel as though, again, most of those people legitimately feel that capitalism is great and the exploitation under capitalism is far preferable to the exploitation that you experienced in the USSR or whatever the fuck. And so they honestly and earnestly feel as though their opinions and solutions are for the better good without rocking the boat too much. They don't think about it as though they don't think about it from the point of view of like, we have so much wealth that we could single-handedly, like every person there, if they pulled together 1% of their entire net worth, just 0.5% of their entire net worth of all the people that are there, they could solve global power. They could eradicate global poverty. Okay? So, you know, they don't think about that. That's out of the question. It's also not a perfect solution regardless. It would be a band-aid. Give a smart rich guy $1,000, he will invest it and make $1 million out of it. Give a poor guy $1,000 and he will waste it on health insurance and rent. This is a troll, right? Like, I don't think this person is aware of what they're saying. Just invest with your money and stop being poor, lol. It's gotta be a joke, right? Yeah, okay, good. I wonder if there's more. I want to see if there's more content on Sun Valley shit. I want to see what the fuck they... I guess Chris Christie was there because it was in 2015, by the way. That was probably the reason why Chris Christie was there. Six years ago, why do CEOs go to Sun Valley? There isn't anything new from this year yet. There's a Cheddar video
Every
on
year
it.
in Sun Valley, Idaho, the world's most elite media and tech leaders gather for a week of media.
Oh, this is from 2 years ago, but they're using the same old like footage from the last time. Give a starving man a fish and you feed him for a day. Give him a fishing pole and watch him die because he's literally starving. I invested $5 in Doge and now I have $1.50 left. That's called taking risks. Oh, this is 2018. Oh, what the fuck? It said on the when I Google searched it, it said it was from 2 years ago. I don't know why. This shows how all corporate rivalry friendship is at least partially caused by these dudes just not liking/liking each other. No, I think there is like legitimately corporate rivalries out there for sure. Actually, I don't fucking know. There probably isn't. Yeah, it's probably like Twitch streamers, you know? Like most Twitch streamers like each other. You know what I mean? It is probably like that. Now that I think about it. Anyway. Okay, let's talk about Marvel's Captain America destroying the American dream in the new comic, dude.
Captain America on how America is built on lies. You got to hear this. Here's the quote.
We gotta get Tom Cotton on how Captain America is destroying America and the American dream.
Here's the thing about a dream, though. A dream isn't real. I'm starting to think America actually has two dreams and one lie. The first American dream is the one that isn't real. Is some people expect just to be handed to them, and then they get angry when it disappears. When the truth is, it never really existed in the first place. It doesn't get along nicely with reality. Other culture immigrants. The poor, we're at our best when we keep no one out. A good dream is shared radically, shared with everyone. When something isn't shared, I can become the American lie. I think this is such terrible rhetoric. I mean, it is true.
Why? Captain America is literally always like, comic books are written by like nerdy degenerates, okay? They've always been written by outcasts that have a progressive slant for the most part. So it's not new to assume that comic books would be political, or whether they would have like a more progressive slant to it. But of course, the greatest book of all time that conservatives love is the Bible, and yet they avoid all of the lessons that are supposed to be imparted on you within the Bible. So, you know. Makes sense.
Prove that we didn't live up to our documents, but the documents weren't flawed. It was the human beings, right?
Yeah. I mean, Lawrence, it sounds like Captain America may need a demotion to lieutenant after that speech. But this is what happens when you allow left-wing activists to write your comic books. And it reflects a kind of march through our cultural institutions, comic books, schools, and indoctrinating our kids to believe that kind of nonsense. Over the weekend, you saw the New York Times running a long story about how the flag, for goodness sake, is now a divisive symbol for many Americans. Look, we should be proud of our heritage and our founding principles. 245 years ago this weekend, our founding fathers declared our independence.
Listen, I am so pro free speech. I'm Tom Cotton, and I served in the U.S. military so I could defend your constitutional free speech laws. And what that constitutional free speech law means is that I think every comic book writer that has a leftist idea like equality or dare I say diversity, that ever dares criticize America should be lined up against the wall and shot. Okay? That's what American free speech is all about, which is I can say the N-word, but if you criticize America, I will murder you in a prison-style execution, okay? You will get lined up. We will shackle you to a pole and shoot you, okay? Military execution style, brother. That's what I'm here for. I love free speech. I'm a big defender of free speech, which means if you say, you know, slavery was bad, or the Civil War was not the war of northern aggression, that means you deserve to be shot. This is how free speech works, okay? I'm from Arkansas, everybody, which is like Kansas, but with an AR in front of it, you know, if you know what I'm saying. That's why it's extra patriotic.
Not just because of local grievances over taxes or the quartering of soldiers, but because they wanted to found a new republic dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal, as Abraham Lincoln said at the Gettysburg Address. Now, we haven't always achieved that in practice, but our history has been one of continually struggling to realize those ideals. That's exactly what Dr. Martin Luther King said in his I Have a Dream speech, in which he explicitly and repeatedly invoked the Declaration and said that our work is the full realization of America's founding principles. We should teach our children, whether it's in the schools or in our movies and television, or yes, our comic books, to be proud of and celebrate America's tradition.
It's pretty funny when, again, people who say like, people who say shit like, you know, wait, hold on one second. People who say shit like, I love freedom of speech, then turn around and in the same fucking light will be like, criticizing America is not a part of free speech. Also, like, Abraham Lincoln famously criticized America violently, actually. MLK, also famous critic of America. And the irony, of course, is that dipshits like this, the older versions of this dipshit, were the same people who were like, MLK's a terrorist and needs to be stopped. The only thing that'll cure MLK is a bullet to the head. You know, that's like the same attitude that his ilk, his kind had. They're just conservatives. This is how they are. Okay?
Traditions.
Right. I mean, the irony, he's Captain America, right, Senator? And I think you're spot on when you talk about this is the latest thing that they're taking over. And it's also self-serving, because if the American
comic books have always been fucking woke. It's kind of stupid. The Republican Party during Lincoln literally wanted to abolish wage slavery. Meanwhile, we're fighting for $15 wage. Oh, yeah.
dream is dead, if it's rigged, guess what? We need big government. We need Democrats. So you're spot.
Dude, what the fuck? My man is crying about like the American dream being fake in a comic book. The solution to that is like literally government interference in the form of Republican legislatures making CRT illegal or whatever the fuck all around the country. And then they advocate for smaller government. You don't want smaller government. You want bigger government. You just want bigger government to do your bidding, which is, of course, a sideshow to hyper focus on and agitate the crowds with when, you know, your genuine interests are to keep robbing the American people and never helping them. I hate it, dude. These people who think America being criticized as blasphemy are the same people who would shed tears thinking about how it's illegal to criticize the government in North Korea. Yeah, exactly. It's fucking bullshit. And, of course, Captain America. Abolish Marvel, says Conceptual James. Captain America has always been a left-leaning character. In Captain America 180 in December 1974, Rogers becomes disillusioned with the United States government when he discovers that a high-ranking government official, heavily hinted to be the then President of the United States, Richard Nixon, is the leader of the terrorist organization known as the Secret Empire. Okay. So care to defend your terrible take on allowing gain-of-function research to continue when it clearly can't be contained in labs with current safety precautions? What? Super disappointed with Hasan after viewing the Crystal Kyle clip. Come on, man. This guy or girl just like waited for this opportunity. Dude, people will come in here and be like, we're friends. And, you know, this, and I've been talking about this stuff for a while. So, you know, I'm just gonna walk in here and act like, you know, this is what you were talking about. Like, do you think we're having an extended conversation on gain of function research right now? That you just fucking came in here and are like, here to defend your comments, dude? That's kind of fucked. What I said on the Crystal Kyle clip was that gain-of-function research can be important, and the way to solve this problem is to improve safety measures rather than eliminate gain-of-function research in its entirety. That is my defense of gain-of-function research. But I guess it's enough for you to assume that it's gain-of-function research that was the reason why COVID happened in Wuhan. Like, I like that that's your... I like that you've gone with one theory over the other. Like, you've not only believed that theory now wholeheartedly because it corresponds to your personal biases, but you're also on top of that, like, willing to curb scientific research because you already believe the other theory. I like that. Cool. Not as cool as the top of the hour ad break that's coming right now, but still cool. What is this cringe ass take? We're going to look at this in a second. But if you'd like to no longer see the ads, all you need to do is subscribe. You can do it for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free. Okay. Or an ad block or a VPN. Here's the 1 minute ad break now. The fascist right in America literally banning the truth, and people don't want to believe the Republican Party is currently further to the right than the Nazis were. The Nazis weren't very far right. They were very nationalist and very racist. Beyond that, they were mostly far left statists who had adopted a Hegelian frame. The American right is not statist, far less nationalist than the Nazis, not racist, and generally not Hegelian. Dude, what a psycho, dude. Okay. I don't want to fucking talk about this. Like, assuming that the American far right is not statist is so dumb. They absolutely are. They want the state to destroy everything that does not correspond to their personal interests. Hegelian. Anyway, nearly a dozen armed men arrested in police standoff. I'm not interested in that. Trump slams indictments against the Trump
NBC's Ali
organization.
Vitale is in Sarasota, Florida, where the former president held a rally last night. Ali, good morning.
Hey, Willie, good morning. Former President Donald Trump back in his home state of Florida last night, but in a New York state of mind, reacting for the first time in public to the criminal indictments by the Manhattan DA against his company and its chief financial officer, Alan Weisselberg, for what prosecutors called a sweeping and audacious tax fraud scheme. Trump framing the charges as an ongoing political witch hunt that attacks, quote, good people simply for not paying taxes.
I love that he said that. It was my favorite part of the speech where he self-reported that, like, these people did not pay taxes. It's such a weird way to defend an ongoing investigation into your organization not paying taxes. It's very strange to me. And then he literally said, these people, they're targeting my people for not paying taxes, but they should be targeting murderers instead. It's like the government should not target people who are doing tax avoidance or tax evasion, rather.
Never before has New York City and their prosecutors, or perhaps any prosecutors, criminally charged a company or a person for fringe benefits. Fringe benefits. Murder's okay. Human trafficking, no
Yeah, it's just American government said murder is fine, dude.
problem, but fringe benefits.
I love when dumbass, like, small business owners in the background are like, yeah, hell yeah, dude, white collar crime is perfect. It's like, dude, you own a nail salon, okay? You max out at $100K a year. Shut the fuck up. These guys are literally stealing billions of people like yourself who work for them. They're taking billions of dollars of profit from them, designing a system in which where they can, like, openly evade taxes. And it is the reason why your stupid fucking infrastructure is crumbling, okay? Not because, like, Democrats are in charge or whatever the fuck your dumbass hog brain believes, but because straight up, people like Donald Trump or the people that Donald Trump works for when he was president are making sure that the American coffers are not filled to the brim with the tremendous amount of wealth that the American working class generates for the billionaires and the capital owners. Jesus Christ.
You can't do that.
An important caveat to keep in mind here, Willie, Trump is starting to take a more public posture over these next few weeks, holding rallies to energize the base ahead of the midterm elections, but also to fortify his own political brand. By staying in the political game, teasing another presidential run, and campaigning for MAGA-approved candidates, the former president can more easily try to categorize his multiple legal proceedings as unjust partisan attacks, claims his critics dispute. Willie?
And those indictments in New York may just be the tip of the iceberg. We will see. Ali Vitale in Sarasota, Florida. Ali, thanks so much.
Hey, thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Find your favorite recipes, celebrity interviews, uplifting stories, shop our favorite deals, and so much more with the Today app. Download it now.
On a day meant for unity and celebration, but we have to face the truth that America is certainly divided this 4th of July. What should unite us only seems to further divide us, and the line between fact and fiction gets blurrier by the day. The Capitol insurrection, who incited it, who is responsible for it, is a perfect example. The truth is, a violent mob tried to overthrow democracy on behalf of a former president and his lies, and there's no shortage of people.
Sorry. I know it auto-played to the next video. We are going to do a visual investigation. Okay, I don't care about Acosta, but I do want to watch the New York Times visual investigation. There are some graphic scenes in here of the mob. We're going to do a JCS style. We're going to do a JCS style visual investigation into the January 6th. We didn't watch it. I clicked on it the other day and I never played. Man, you go to the toilet very often. Have you been checked for diabetes? Yes, dude. Your mom checked me for diabetes after sucking my cock, okay? What the fuck is wrong with people, dude? I can't even fucking pee regularly without motherfuckers being like, dude, you probably have diabetes. Stop backseating my health, okay? God damn. It is so intrusive and so incredibly fucking annoying. It literally makes me not want to fucking stream. Makes me so fucking mad, dude. Like, I literally can't go pee without people being like, oh, you must have diabetes, dude. You should probably get checked. Stop crying, lol. Shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Just shut up. Just understand that it's fucking annoying when people backseat literally every single aspect of my life. You're so sensitive, lol. Yeah, I know. There you go. Fuck. I'm a fucking human being, guys, okay? And I get frustrated when you micromanage every aspect of my life. Very annoying. It's actually just a boundary that I am setting, okay? Please. Don't know why people immediately retort with like, why so sensitive, dude? It's like, you would never do this. Like, there is no other world in which you go up to a random person, okay, that you don't know personally, or even a person that you know personally, and behave this way. But for some reason, it's like, I'm the content monkey on the other side of the camera, and it's always like, it's just weird. You read this, I hope you remember your man's Justice Stanton. What's up, African Snowball? Yeah, I remember you. Of course. I don't get why you would set boundaries. Other better streamers let us walk all over them and take over their lives. Be a puppet and give us our ad break. I already did the ad break. Okay, let's get into it. We're watching the riot.
The flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it...
You can always get a job if you're unhappy being self-employed. Well, the wonderful part about this is that despite the fact that you've given me $15, when you're being a fucking incredibly annoying dick, one of the beautiful parts about that is that I can set my own boundaries. Okay? Here's a boundary. If you're going to be a fucking unaware dickhead with zero self-awareness and condescending dipshit, then I can just ban you and never hear about you or never think about you for the rest of my fucking life, which is awesome, okay? I know you feel entitled because you gave me $15 fucking over the course of 3 months. So you think like, well, no, he's going to sit here and take all this shit. Well, the beautiful part about it is that I don't have to do that, which is precisely why I do this rather than, you know, work under someone else. All right, let's watch.
Stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Creepy as fuck.
They came from all 50 states. Out of some sense of patriotic duty.
It's so much more than just rallying for President Trump. It's really rallying for our way of life, the American dream, against fake news.
To protest an election they believed had been stolen.
We're here, patriots. We're in Washington, D.C., Capitol building dead in front of us.
Their day of action would be January 6th, when Congress would count electoral ballots and ratify the 2020 election results. For some, it was just a rally for their president. For others, it was a call to arms.
We have the power in numbers. March on Congress directly after Trump's speech.
In the weeks beforehand, there were over 1 million mentions on social media of storming the Capitol. Maps were shared of the building's layout. There was talk of bringing weapons and ammunition, and discussion over which lawmakers should be targeted first. This anger was based on a lie.
This election was a fraud.
A lie that had grown more frenzied after the election.
President Trump won this election.
They were flipping votes.
Steal the election in Philadelphia.
When you win in a landslide, and they
steal the election in Atlanta.
And it's rigged.
Steal the election in Milwaukee.
It's not acceptable.
This is outrageous.
A lie spread by the president and his closest allies.
Let's call out cheating when we find it.
Some of whom stoked calls for violence.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Everyone's going to remember who actually stands in the breach and fights tomorrow and who goes running off like a chicken.
We bleed freedom.
This will be their Waterloo.
And we will sacrifice for freedom.
This will be their destruction.
So here's the thing. And this needs to be repeated regularly, okay? What these guys were doing, okay? What these guys were doing and what they continue to do is what Republicans have always done. And that is lie about the elections consistently being stolen. That's literally all they fucking do. The only way to justify aggressively limiting who can vote is by originally creating this false notion, this understanding that there is a election that is being stolen by illegal immigrants or whatever the fuck. And everyone, all the way from Donald Trump to all of these other Republicans, down to Paul Ryan, who is seen as like the reasonable Republican, has always cast doubt on the integrity of American elections. The George W. Bush administration, despite doing fraud themselves, literally had a election integrity committee. The Donald Trump administration had an election integrity committee. All of those committees found that there was no electoral fraud, or rather, not electoral fraud, there was no voter fraud beyond such marginal instances that it is laughable to spend any time trying to right this wrong or trying to correct it. The existing that the existing measures are more than enough. The real problem in America is not necessarily that too many people are voting. It's that not enough people are voting. Let's keep going.
What happened next was chaos,
They broke the glass?
insurrection,
Take it now! Treason!
death. Then there began a campaign to whitewash history, starting at the top.
It was a zero threat. Right from the start, it was zero threat.
And spreading throughout the Republican Party.
Even calling it an insurrection, it wasn't. By and large, it was peaceful protests.
One lawmaker who helped barricade the House doors now suggests there was barely any threat.
If you didn't know the TV footage was a video from January the 6th, you would actually think it was a normal tourist visit.
A tourist visit?
I mean, they're not wrong. Cops did open up the floodgates, as you would a normal tourist visit. So I guess, you know, I'm confused. I wonder if this congressperson always barricades the doors at the normal tourist visits that are happening. I mean, there is no better. We talk about this and it's a fucking cliche, but I mean, this is literally like, well, it's okay if white people are doing it. That's it. Well, are they conservative? Are they white? All right, then. They're not terrorists. They're doing it for a good cause, brother. They're not insurrectionists. They're doing it for a good cause, brother. That's it.
This was not. And the proof is in the footage. As part of a 6-month investigation,
Dude. 5 people die at the Capitol every day, dude. I mean, normal tourist visits end up with 5 dead, like, all the time. I don't know what you're talking about. With, like, cops being trampled. You know, people violently breaking into the Capitol literally every day.
The New York Times has collected and forensically analysed thousands of videos, most filmed by the rioters themselves. We obtained internal police radio traffic and went to court to unseal police body cam footage. Our reconstruction shows the Capitol riot for what it was: a violent assault encouraged by the president on a seat of democracy that he vowed to protect. We'll chart how police leaders failed to heed warnings of an impending attack, putting...
The most beautiful part about this all was that it was conservatives, therefore they had no care in, you know, hiding what they were doing. Like, they were just so... They were so confident that nothing was going to happen to them that they literally live streamed them breaking into the fucking Capitol.
Rank and file officers in danger.
Pretty awesome.
We'll track key instigators in the mob, taking advantage of weaknesses in the Capitol's defences to ignite a wave of violence that engulfed the building. We'll show for the first time the many simultaneous points of attack and the 8 breaches of what appeared to be an impenetrable institution of government. We'll show how the delay to secure Congress likely cost a rioter her life.
But when it's BLM protests, they conveniently have enough police to squash them. Shut up, dude. Are you talking to me or are you talking to the person who's making this video? I mean, we watched videos from that day where cops literally let them in and were high-fiving them and taking photos with some of the people. There are currently ongoing investigations within the Capitol Hill Police Department, which is obviously not going to go anywhere because, come on, cops investigating other cops, that will look into whether or not there was a little bit of inside baseball. If you think that a crowd of black people upset about the way policing works in this country would be able to get this far into the Capitol building, you are delusional. Into Congress, you are out of your mind. That was just never, ever happened.
And how for some, storming the Capitol was part of the plan all along.
In fact, tomorrow, I don't even like to say it because I'll be arrested. Well, let's not say it. We need to go. I'll say it.
It's literally a Nazi, dude. It's baked Alaska. The Nazi has better wherewithal than the Trump supporter boomer. Like, I'll say it. I'll say all the bad things. What do you? I'll say it.
All right, we need to go in to the Capitol. Let's go!
He just said, "Shut the fuck up, boomer."
It's the morning of January 6th, and thousands are filling the National Mall in Washington. Trump will speak here at the Ellipse, a large park near the White House, and a half-hour walk to the US Capitol, where the election will be certified. Who's actually in this crowd? Most are ordinary.
Hi, Hasan. Sorry for being annoying, but the dude who sexually assaulted me and a bunch of other girls loved you and watches you all the time. He calls himself a leftist just to get girls' trust. I know you would hate him, and I just want to call. What? I know you would hate him and just want you to call dudes out who called themselves leftists as a front. What? That vegetarian girl? What the fuck? This person kept spamming this for 30 hours? What is going on? Okay. Yeah, fuck that guy. Don't do that? I don't know what to say. Not 30 hours, but 30 minutes. I don't know what you want me to do about it. But I'm sorry that that happened to you. You know? He wants you to call those people out. It's in the message you read. Okay? Don't be a fake leftist to do sexual assault. Please. Yeah. Don't do that. I'm sorry that I can't do more. All right, let's keep going.
Citizens who believe Trump's lie that the election was stolen.
It's going to be a great day. It's going to be wild, as Trump says.
But we also see more extreme groups who've gained a following during Trump's presidency. There are followers of the QAnon conspiracy,
Drinking their blood, eating our babies.
who believe that Trump is facing down a cabal of Satan-worshipping pedophiles. Q posts often invoke notions of patriotism.
You are responsible for the social interactions caused by the parasocial relationships teenagers develop with you? Dude, what is happening, dude? We got some fucking real weirdos in the chat today,
And predict
dude.
a coming storm.
I literally set boundaries and try to push back against developing like parasocial relationships on a daily basis. And the moment that I do that, people get upset. I think it was a joke, but just for anyone who doesn't realize that that's a joke, anyone who takes that seriously, I just want to make sure that you understand that I do that on purpose.
And ahead of January 6th, some supporters call for violence. The Oath Keepers, a far-right paramilitary group, are also here.
We have men already stationed outside D.C.
Their leader has said the group is ready to follow Trump's.
That guy, Stuart Rhodes, if it's the guy I'm thinking of, is a really funny story where I am almost certain that he has an eye patch because I think he's a gun safety instructor, and I think he took out his own eye with a gun, if I'm not mistaken. Let me look it up real quick. Hold on. Murat knows like people that know him and was telling me about it. Yeah, he's a concealed carry firearms instructor. Yeah, Yeah, I was right. He literally, he took out his eye while working as a firearm safety instructor.
Trump's orders and take members of what they call the deep state into custody. They're organized, staging their military-style equipment neatly on the ground. And later, they put on body armor, talk on radios, and chat with their supporters on a walkie-talkie app called Zello.
We have a good group. We got about 30, 40 of us. We're sticking together and sticking to the plan. Y'all, we're 1 block away from the Capitol now. I'm probably going to go silent when I get there because I'm going to be a little busy.
Another group is the Proud Boys. They're far-right nationalists who flash.
I love that they have Enrique Tarrio did nothing wrong shirts, and the real reason why Enrique Tarrio wasn't even there was because he was brought in on gun charges the day before, because he's literally a fucking Fed. Like, he's literally an asset for, I guess, the FBI. Like, that's literally what fucking people do to their CIs, okay? They pull out their informants in instances where their informants are probably gonna be faced to do something like that will land them in trouble. It's great. I mean, these hogs, they deserve everything that's coming.
White power signs throughout the day.
Check out all this testosterone.
They became a household name when Trump invoked them during a presidential debate.
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
And that's what they did. They have a history of street violence and will be key instigators of the riot. We'll return to them soon. Although the rally is billed as a political protest, some make calls to storm the Capitol even before Trump speaks.
We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction.
And later, when Trump does take the stage,
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
some hear his words as a call to action.
You'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong.
Invade the Capitol building.
Do the right thing.
Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol. Take the Capitol right now.
We'll soon be marching over to the Capitol building.
2 hours before this, the Proud Boys were already heading for the Capitol.
How could they have gotten this idea? Where could they have gotten this idea to march and storm the Capitol? That's so strange. It's kind of interesting the way that they shot this, though. When they put it side by side, it clearly, paints a much better picture.
They're clearly spoiling for a fight with far-left agitators like Antifa, who they believe.
By the way, you know they knew they fucked up, because the original counter to this, even though it was like literally indefensible, was Antifa must have done it, if you recall. And that is basically the greatest self-report of all time, because like, oh, our people could not have done such a thing. It must have been Antifa. As in, what happened there was unacceptable. So that kind of made it a little bit harder for them to go back and then try to defend the actions.
Believer in DC.
Where's Antifa?
But there are moments that suggest another motive.
Take the fucking Capitol.
Come on, tighten up. Tighten up,
Come on, boys.
Let's not fucking yell that. All right?
They're organized too. Many are marked with orange tape or hats.
Here's all the Proud Boys, guys. And those are the boys marching with us. We got hidden guys everywhere.
They're wearing body armor, carrying baseball bats, and using radios.
That's affirmative. Jesse, this is Tucker.
Leading them is Ethan Nordine, who's been entrusted with so-called war powers. He's joined by other well-known Proud Boys, like Joe Biggs, an organizer from Florida, Dominic Pezzola, a former Marine, and Billy Crestman. They will be among the first rioters inside the Capitol building.
Proud Boys.
As Trump is speaking,
They're just having fun with their bros, brother. I didn't know that was illegal. That's what the libtards want. They want to make fun illegal, brother. Unacceptable, let me tell you. They want to take our fun time away. And I fucking hate it, brother. I despise it.
Speaking, some of his other supporters also head to the Capitol.
Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets!
And the tone is becoming menacing.
We're gonna storm the fucking Capitol! Fuck you fuckers!
USA! USA!
We are gonna be doing crimes. I'm gonna be doing federal crimes in a moment. Do you understand me? I will be doing felonies, sir. Do you have this in 4K? Look at my face. My name is John Haverton Carlson III. Okay? I'm from Arkansas. Do you understand? I own an HVAC company and I am doing a felony. Okay? Watch me do felonies.
Just ahead, officers guarding the building are understaffed and ill-equipped for what's coming their way.
You gotta stop us!
The building is more than 2 football fields in length, and barricades erected on the east side are defended by just a few dozen officers. The west side, facing Trump's rally, is even lighter. The fencing has been extended, and on the northwest approach, only 5 officers stand guard. Around 5 also defend the southwest approach, a few more dot the lawn, and about a dozen officers are
literally understaffed because they were too busy participating in the fucking insurrection. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. I fucking love it. Dude, this was the greatest hog content of all time. Like, it was also in many ways perfect because, like yeah, liberals say, like, this is the worst thing that happened. This is like 9/11. I disagree. It was a hog insurrection. So it was content. It was. And it was laughable.
behind them.
Luckily.
Plans to storm the Capitol were made in plain sight, but the FBI and Department of Homeland Security did not deem those threats as credible.
We will take that building! USA!
Capitol Police leaders and Washington's mayor were warned at least 3 times of violent threats, but also didn't take them seriously or circulate that information. And they declined offers of security personnel from federal and other agencies. They could have enlisted several hundred more Capitol Police for duty on January 6th, but did not.
We are taking our house!
And none of the officers on the barricades have protective gear or crowd control equipment. As a result, the Capitol is sparsely defended. It's 12:50 p.m. and a large group of Proud Boys is with other protesters right by the Capitol Police line.
I got a feeling they believe those 5 officers are going to stop some shit.
Joe Biggs is rallying them when he's approached by Ryan Samsel, a Trump supporter from Pennsylvania. They chat, we don't know about what. But a minute later, Samsel is the first to approach the police line. And it's now that the protest turns violent. Without hesitation, the crowd overpowers the police.
It's just so weird because, like, they talked about how they were going to do this, and authorities knew that they were going to do this, and yet they didn't, like, staff appropriately for this sort of thing. That part is kind of weird to me and will still continue to be weird to me. That is the suspicious part about this process, is that they just kind of like let it happen. Good thing they were white, or else they would have been killed on the spot. I mean, yeah, one of them did get killed, so Ashley Babbitt. The Joe Biden admin wanted it, maybe, lol. the Joe Biden admin that had no power at the time. They weren't in power.
Nearby, a second group breaks through on another approach. Others jump fences. And now hundreds of rioters rush forward on several fronts.
DC is a...
Honestly, it was probably Obabe. It was Obabe's fault, brother. I realize that wearing an incel shirt with gun holsters makes it a little bit more weird. I should probably just wear like my regular K Kona stuff instead of that.
Motherfucking war zone! Fucking war! Forward!
Police retreat to the Capitol building, where it's becoming more threatening.
This is what we came for, yeah!
A mob mentality begins to take hold. Police are so outnumbered, they're forced to retreat again to more tightly defend access points to the Capitol. It's now 5 minutes into the siege that the Capitol Police Chief calls for backup from local law enforcement, known as the Metropolitan Police, and asks other Capitol leaders to mobilize the National Guard.
You took an oath! Does that not mean a damn thing to you, does it?
Metro Police...
Yeah, you're supposed to let us in, motherfucker. Took an oath. You're supposed to protect and serve the whites. The whites. You son of a gun. Are the guns out of frame? No, I mean, it's in frame. There's one. You know where I was on January 6th? I mean, you know where I was on January 6th. I was just watching it in 4K with most of you. So many people just sat around in their houses with their families and watched me watch these fucking hogs do all of these things.
Police will arrive within 15 minutes, but for reasons we'll explain later, the National Guard won't arrive for over 4 hours. Meanwhile, more Capitol Police come to reinforce the line. It's the first time we see officers in riot gear. But most are missing their shields because they had not prepared to unlock the storage area where that equipment is kept. Proud Boys like Billy Crestman keep rallying the mob.
Who's the opposite? Do you want your house back? Take it! Take it!
Yes, a fun fact is... a fun fact that people routinely forget is that big chunk, a big chunk of the police force are just conservative, straight up.
And again, they start brawling with the police. Minutes later, reinforcements from the Metro Police arrive. A high-ranking Metro officer immediately calls for more backup.
Get you 12 up to help maintain the lines. They're throwing firecrackers.
Oh! God damn, dude, that's crazy. He just lobbed the grenade right at him.
They struggle to subdue rioters, who respond with their own chemical spray. And within 30 minutes, the police already have casualties.
Multiple capital injuries.
Bro, is it just me? Like, watching this makes me want to play Rust, dude. I don't know if it's because I was playing Rust back then and it's just like making me remember feelings of Rust, like playing Rust, or because like it's just all out chaotic like Rust.
Multiple capital injuries.
This first wave of rioters battling police has paved the way across Capitol grounds for others to follow. And after Trump finishes speaking, thousands more now fill this space. Meanwhile, inside the Capitol, Nancy Pelosi and Mike Pence have begun certifying the 2020 presidential election results. Certification will happen on both sides of the building, in the House and the Senate. And this is what the rioters want to stop. An hour into the assault, the mob is battling a police line here.
Yeah. Who can forget when XQC called in to understand what the fuck was going on? And his first reaction was, dude, what did they have, like, rocket-proof doors, dude? Why don't they put the machine guns, dude, at the doors, dude?
Here, along the west face of the Capitol. But that violence is now going to spread to multiple points of attack, as West Side rioters stream around the Capitol and incite the crowd on the east. Here's what that crowd looks like on the east. They're aware of the siege happening on the west side, and some are emboldened by it. But up until now, they've been kept behind the barricades. Then, this group from the west storms around the building and pushes right through the barriers. The police here barely put up a fight. And it's now that protesters all along the east barricades surge forward. Officers are overwhelmed from several directions. And retreat to guard Capitol entrances. But these rioters believe they've been deputized by their president to stop a crime. And now they start trying to get into the building itself.
Dude, I remember this happening in real time. It's like a zombie invasion, dude.
The Capitol is now surrounded. Rioters haven't made it inside yet, but around the time that the mob on the east pushed forward, rioters on the west were making a pivotal move. This scaffolding was erected for the upcoming inauguration of Joe Biden. It covers a staircase that gives direct access to an upper level, and dozens of doors and windows. 3 police lines guard that route. But at ground level, officers are so overwhelmed that just a few cover this crucial access point. Several Proud Boys see the weakness.
These are real stairs. We're shadowed over here. Stairs are right there. That
Proud Boys start fighting the police, and with others in the mob, they push through the line. Over several minutes, it's a brutal fight on these steps.
It's kind of funny thinking, like, I mean, this happened 6 months ago, right? And it's kind of wild that that's all it takes for, this guy's a hammer. That's all it takes for people to just act like it was totally normal. And that it's just not a big deal and people shouldn't freak out about it. So much so that conservatives have started getting into the counter messaging around it, i.e., who shot Ashley Babbitt? Why do we not have answers for who shot Ashley Babbitt? Like, they have made out this QAnon person who is a victim. Don't get me wrong. I mean, she was a victim. She was first a victim to QAnon, which radicalized her, and then also a victim to police violence. But now conservatives are making it seem like she was there doing something honorable and defensible. Like, it's wild how quickly we have forgotten.
At one point, the rioters are held back.
never seen up close footage like this, though. This is kind of cool to see.
But they make a final push up the flight of stairs. At the top, they scuffle again with a small group of officers.
She deserved it, in my opinion. She had no reason to be there. I disagree. No, I said it back then, and I will say it again. She did not deserve to be murdered, dude. No shot. Yeah. Handcuff her. Okay. Detain her. Fine. No one deserves to be murdered, dude. You guys are crazy. Like, a lot of chatters unironically have the opinion that, like, you know, an instance of police brutality is acceptable if it's done to my enemies. And sure, you might actually have the correct worldview that's more ethical and more, you know, more caring and considerate of marginalized groups versus Ashley Babbitt, who does not. But you're still unironically saying that, like, the state should have the monopoly on violence on people that it decides is bad and should be murdered.
Who give in after barely a minute.
Stop following orders! Stop! You know we're right!
The mob now has direct access to Capitol entrances.
I can't believe this is reality. We accomplished this shit.
And hundreds more protesters below.
Think of all of them. How close to killing legislators do you have to be deservedly incapacitated? Well, what the fuck? How did I just pull the second chat in here? That's crazy. Deservedly incapacitated. Brother, she was murdered. Okay? She didn't have a fucking gun. She was murdered. That's crazy. It's not necessary to, like, murder someone to defend the congresspersons inside of the halls. Okay? I'm sorry. Ashley Babbitt didn't deserve it. Also was on 17-year-old black girl deserted because knife. If Ashley Babbitt had a knife and was trying to fucking stab a congressperson, do you think I wouldn't defend the cop killing her? Are you stupid? If Ashley Babbitt had a knife and was charging at a person, not even a congressperson, but just like anyone, and a cop shot them, then yes, that would be a defensible police action. Why is this so fucking hard for people to comprehend, dude? I'm so confused. Ashley was grabbing the cop's gun. No, she wasn't. You're making that up. No, she got clapped as she tried to break through the window, as she tried to go in through the window. I watched it live. She got murdered while she was climbing through a window, dude.
Surge forward.
Let's go! Seize his arms!
It's utter mayhem, and it's about to get worse. The scene is being filmed from countless angles, allowing us to piece together, moment by moment, what comes next. Proud Boy Dominic Pizzola uses a police shield he stole to bash in a window. And at two...
It was the last line of defense. They would have gone in and killed every Dem in there. Dude, you are insane, okay? Like, we don't know that. And also, they did get in. And they stole a bunch of shit and took photos. That's it. Dude points a gun at her, says, "Don't come through that barrier or I'll shoot." Bitch breaks through and proceeds to come through the barrier with intent to harm. Hasan, I don't know, put her in handcuffs or something? Yes. I know. It's crazy that I have consistent and firm and well-held beliefs that the barrier for violent escalation should be when someone is in immediate threat. Okay? When someone is immediately in danger. She didn't have a gun. She didn't have a weapon. She was crawling through a fucking window and she got murdered. And I don't think that that's okay. If you're having a hard time comprehending that, imagine she was black and doing it for her protest against police brutality or something. Not that she was, and not that there needs to be a justifiable reason to protest rather than an unjustifiable one. Okay? But maybe you will understand it. Bad analogy. No, shut the fuck up. Bad analogy, my ass. My point is, you don't need to have, like, what is your take? Wait, I'm sorry. So it's okay to just murder Republicans? Like, what the fuck? Police brutality is good when it's against the Republicans? What the fuck? Some of you need to just, sit down, take a breather, and just try to comprehend. I wish you would never, ever talk about black people. We don't deserve this. What? Okay. There's a difference between protesting police brutality and racism and trying to overthrow a government. No, I do understand that difference. But ultimately, the violent action that the cop took there, in my opinion, was too much. Murdering someone climbing through a window is still, unfortunately, unacceptable. When I look at instances of police brutality, I don't look to see what the person's background is so I can decide whether it's a justifiable kill or not. I look to the immediate actions. And the immediate actions within Ashley Babbitt's circumstance was that she was not listening to the demands that the cops were making and climbing through a fucking window. And she got shot for not complying. If she was lunging at someone, whether it be a cop or whether it be someone else with a weapon in her hands, and then she got shot, that would be a little different. If we're talking about the lady who got shot on January 6th, even if the left was sympathetic, it didn't help when the right tried to co-opt Say Her Name slogan, almost shitting on BLM all year. Yeah. No, the cop that shot her was investigated and deemed to be doing the right thing. Is this chat that's supposed to be a bunch of woke leftists automatically going to now say that that's a good thing, that police investigated the matter and found no wrongdoing, so therefore there was no wrongdoing? Please go ahead. Tell me about how cops policing themselves is a appropriate and just situation.
2:13 p.m., the Capitol is breached. Michael Sparks, a Trump supporter from Kentucky, is the first person inside. A police officer seems unsure of what to do and backs off. Sparks is followed by Proud Boys and other far-right extremists, one carrying a Confederate flag, another armed with a baseball bat. When rioters break open the locked doors, hundreds more rush in. This is a critical moment. Officers must now defend the outside and inside of the building, stretching them even further. Simultaneous events now happen that are critical to lawmakers' safety. Rioters head.
I get what you're saying, but it's kind of naive. Those hogs wanted to lynch AOC and Ilhan and everyone else. They weren't going to stop until somebody was shot. Like, it's complicated, dude. I mean, but they didn't stop. They did not stop after Ashley Babbitt was shot. So I don't know why you guys keep saying that. They literally did not stop. The only thing that stopped them is when they got fucking bored and tired because they couldn't find any of the congresspersons. They went on and breached the Senate floor after that. So your argument does not make sense. What do you mean they didn't stop? They did in that spot. Okay. But they still, in the aftermath, still breached through the Senate. Your take on Bryant was a defense attorney ass take, but you're right about Ashley not deserving to be murdered. They sure did not go through that door, though. Guys, they still breached through that door. Okay? Not in that moment, but they definitely breached through that door. They were on the other side. There's photos of it.
Straight for the Senate and will be at its doors in 2 minutes. Above them, the Senate is called into recess.
Boss, protesters are in the building. Thank you.
Members will evacuate down these stairs. In this hallway directly overhead the rioters, Officer Eugene Goodman is sprinting to overtake them. He passes Mitt Romney, who he warns to turn around. Reinforcements are following behind. Goodman overtakes the mob, goes downstairs and intercepts them. He holds them off while backup arrives upstairs. Behind these rioters and just feet away is an escape route where lawmakers and Senate staff are now fleeing. Just one officer stands guard. Keeping his composure, Goodman draws the mob away from that escape route to where reinforcements are waiting. He glances toward the Senate and realizes a door is unguarded. Goodman shoves the protester again, lures the mob away, and brings them into that line of fellow officers.
Is that baked Alaska?
Again, the rioters here are convinced.
I don't care what you say for Goodman did a fucking good job. No, I think he did. He did. I remember watching him. I don't know what his name was at the time, but I remember him like literally getting swarmed by these fucking sickos.
Their duty to defend democracy.
Hey, look, takes one to know one, okay? Hogs, kind of good at hog wrangling when the moment comes. You know what I mean?
The officers hold them off here, for now. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Capitol, a few political leaders are evacuated.
Hey, guess what, by the way? He didn't murder anyone. I'm just saying, like...
From the House of Representatives. But despite a lockdown alert, proceedings here will resume.
The House will be in order.
We'll go there soon. First, we'll go to the crypt, in the centre of the Capitol, below the rotunda. The mob is already at its entrance. If they get through here, they will more easily fan out across the building.
Leftists are defending an insurrection. This is weird as fuck. Wait, what? Defending an insurrection? Are you fucking brain dead, dude? I swear to God, like, it doesn't matter if you're a leftist, liberal, right-winger. Like, some people are just literally have 3 brain cells and they only fire off on, like, team sports, on the angle of team sports. What the fuck?
Rioters jostle with police here for 6 minutes and then flood through.
Legit question, why did you defend Rashard Brooks when he grabbed the cop's taser and ran and fired at him, but won't defend the 16-year-old holding a knife when they could have tasered her before he shot? Because Rashard Brooks was murdered when he was shot from behind. Rashard Brooks was running away. He conversed with the cops for 45 fucking minutes. Okay? It wasn't a police officer arriving on scene that then rolled up and shot him. Rashard Brooks also was not an immediate threat to someone else in the moment that he was shot. What the fuck is wrong with you people, dude? He didn't get shot while he was trying to stab someone with a fucking knife. As a random cop that just like rolled up on a fucking traffic stop decided to murder him. He was running away, dude. I'm so confused. Like, what do you not understand? The only reason why, and oh God, this is, okay. This is the same thing that people do when they like start saying like, oh, you didn't mention trigger warnings. And then all you want to do in that situation is just unlock an argument where your stupid fucking voice could be heard, okay? It's not about actually the efficacy of trigger warnings or anything like that. You're just a stupid baby, okay? And you just want, you're selfish, you're entitled, you just want your own voice to be heard. You are doing all you can to not understand that the top of the hour is here and there's a 60-second fucking ad break, dude. Okay? That's all you're doing. All you're fucking doing, dude. But if you'd like to no longer see the ads, all you need to do is fucking subscribe, dude. Okay? For $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can use a fucking VPN or ad block. Here's the ad now. Okay. All jokes aside, I've set the boundaries numerous times. I've set the boundaries numerous times for what I think is appropriate versus inappropriate. You might have different points of view, but a lot of you lose sight of the sake of like moral consistency or something because you see red. And it's annoying. I think a lot of people on the left at the time, even now, disagree with you on your take regarding Bryant. Yeah, I know. They do. Yeah, there are a lot of members in my community that think I'm like racist now because of my argument at the time. The chatter compared a cop who talked to a dude for 40 minutes, then shot him in the back, to a cop arriving on the scene on a teenager with a knife, lunging at another teenager when he's arriving on the scene because he knows that there's a violent domestic dispute going on. Honestly, I didn't expect such a dumb take on this from Hasan. I'm sorry, this comparison of yours is just dumb. It's not the same nuance, dude. Wait, what? What are you talking about? Following since 12 minutes ago. Shooting an aggressive mob member trying to overthrow the government is actually proportional police violence. I don't think that she should have been shot. I don't. I said it at the time and I still maintain that position. I think that maybe they could have fucking caved her skull in with a goddamn baton. Okay? As she was trying to get in. Tased the fuck out of her. But if she actually fucking ran in and was legitimately a threat at that point, then yes, you can shoot the person. If she has like a weapon in her hands and she's about to like fucking attack someone, then yeah. Why is bashing her head in better than shooting her? Because it's one form of crowd control that doesn't involve immediately murdering someone. Okay? That's it.
It's now 2:24 p.m.
It's weird to compare police brutality to an event and an actual literal terrorist attack and a government coup. I won't lie. I think a lot of you guys don't think about this beyond the immediacy. Okay? You think about this as a standalone action that somehow will not justify endless amounts of brutality that the police will subject black people to, and the police will continue to subject black people to, rather. Okay? The justification is that BLM are the real terrorists. That's why the cops get to do all this shit. Okay? Shooting even in an insurrection like this should be literally the absolute last resort, dude.
Some 90 minutes after the siege began, and the mob is about to overrun the building.
Stop the steal! Stop the steal!
As this is happening, and as thousands more swell outside, Trump composes a tweet, not to calm his supporters, but to blame his vice president. He writes, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution. At this very time, Pence and his family are being taken to safety, along with an aide who's carrying the country's nuclear launch equipment. At 2:25 p.m, there's another major breach on the opposite side of the building, the east side. Rioters have been battling a handful of officers at these doors for almost half an hour. The tide turns when rioters who came through the crypt reach these doors and pull them open. Then an active duty Marine Corps officer, Christopher Warnagiris, keeps that door open for the mob to flood in.
Yeah, we are one of you. Exactly. He's right.
Just as elsewhere, this crowd is a mix of die-hard Trump supporters, but also more organized groups like the Oath Keepers.
So should that cop murder one of those guys, you think? Like, should he have just started murdering people there as they were walking in? Yeah, exactly. That's yeah, you guys literally just want to kill. You just want the fucking fascist police force to you're literally like you just want the fascist police force to murder American citizens that you don't agree with. That's pretty cool. I mean, that's actually great, dude. I mean, that's like, you know, being a lefty is when you know, you take the czarist approach. White nationalism equals disagreement, keg W. Okay. I don't think you should I don't think you should allow the government to just fucking kill people that you consider to be white nationalists, some of which are actually legit straight up Nazis, but still. Okay? What the fuck? How many times have I said that Nazis also get healthcare? It doesn't matter if they're Nazis or not. They get healthcare. This is how this works. Okay?
Just as elsewhere, this crowd is a mix of die-hard Trump supporters, but also more organized groups like the Oath Keepers, who move in formation here toward that east side entrance. The Oath Keepers and their supporters continue to update each other.
Calling violent armed insurrectionists storming the Capitol people you don't agree with is a very five-head take. No, I see the context of the situation. They are violent, and they are insurrectionists. But ultimately, shooting them is not a good idea. If you're mad that they didn't shoot them, you should be livid that they didn't prosecute them. Because most of them got off completely. Okay, they got nothing. I'm in favor of clearing out the fucking rooms, okay? I'm in favor of beefing up security so that they don't even get to this point and using crowd control maneuvers that are actually justifiable in this situation. The way that cops treat Black Lives Matter protests is like literally the one instance where it would be justifiable to behave that way. And yet they didn't do that. So they fucked up there, number one, okay? Number two, they fucked up by letting people in to the halls regardless, okay? But ultimately, I still believe in the sanctity of human life, and therefore, I think that the best thing to do in that situation is murderous, deadly force as a last resort. Okay? Also, killing them literally turns them into martyrs for their cause. The only time you shoot someone as a cop is if they're actually, like, in the process of directly harming someone. Anyway, let's keep going. They're going to say that the congresspersons were in close proximity to the congresspersons.
On the Zello chat app.
You forfeit life when you invade places. Okay, dude. That's crazy.
There's a recess. We're going to yank them out of their seats.
The group enters the Capitol together. Proud Boys are near them, including Joe Biggs, the organizer we saw earlier. He's entering the building for a second time. The Oath Keepers fill the rotunda, along with hundreds of other rioters.
Took over the Capitol, overran the Capitol. We're in the fucking Capitol, bro.
Now the police inside the building are completely outnumbered and call for backup.
We need some additional squads in the rotunda. It's us versus about 200 people.
Throughout the Capitol, staffers have barricaded doors to keep the mob out. In Nancy Pelosi's chambers, staffers rush inside a conference room and lock 2 doors behind them. Just 12 minutes later,
I will repeat once again. The way that cops actually treat Black Lives Matter protesters are completely unacceptable. Okay? The escalation and the use of force in most of the BLM protests are completely unacceptable. Not because of their political point of view or anything like that, but it certainly is the reason why they behave that way. But this is one instance where they should be using that level of escalation and violent use of force. Because this is an instance where you are supposed to be protecting an area that at the very least needs to be cleared out. Once it's cleared out, they're going to fucking go in there. They're going to take photos, arrest all of them after the fact, jail them. Who gives a shit? Fuck them. Okay? As long as the staffers and the congressperson have been evacuated, that should be your main goal. Kettle and corral, baby. What happened? I thought that's what cops do.
rioters outside head straight for her offices and pile in. Huddled together under a table.
Leftism is about, and I hate to just openly say it, leftism is, or being anything beyond like aesthetically a lefty, means that even if you feel secretly deep down inside good that some fucking QAnon sicko got shot, you still have to fight against that urge, no matter how fucking bloodthirsty you may feel at that moment, okay, and see red, because that's not how you create an empathetic system, okay? That's the point. You need to be empathetic, and you need to be understanding, and you need to, you know, push back against your primal urges that scream inside of you like, no, these are fucking psychopathic right-wing terrorists. Okay?
Pelosi's staff record what's happening.
We need Capitol Police, I think. Coming to the hallway. They're pounding on doors trying to find her. Yeah.
One rioter tries to break into that same room. Inside, staffers are silent as they record him pounding. He gets through the first door, but the second door keeps him out. It's a scene that again shows just how compromised the US government has become.
Wait, what? Empathy. Wait, hold on. Ollie, you're such a fucking dumbass, dude. This fucking idiot said empathy does not happen during the violence. It happens after. Yeah. Well, since we're after the violence, then be empathetic, you fucking idiot. How about that? That's the point. Okay.
I think I like my new dining room. A little bit tired? That vodka?
By 2:30 p.m., the Senate evacuation is well underway. But, even though a lockdown was called over 15 minutes ago, the House is still in session.
Do not accept Arizona's electors as certified.
Representative Jim McGovern is chairing.
There was like 11 different instances where that would have warranted kettling, corralling, tear gassing, beating the living shit out of people. You know what I mean? There were plenty of instances where they should have done that. There were a fuckload of bottlenecks, including the one where Ashley Babbitt got shot. I'm not Mr. fucking tactical, but ultimately there were better ways of dealing with the situation than like clapping one of them.
He told us he wanted to finish hearing objections to the election results by Paul Gosar. House staff and security gave McGovern the all clear to continue. It's a delay that likely costs someone their life. Suddenly, staff are now pointing at the chamber's doors.
Please be advised there are masks under your seats. Please grab a mask, place it in your lap, and be prepared to don your mask in the event that we get a breach.
Just outside, a mob of 100 or more is baying to get into them.
Well, we came this far. What do you say? Drag them out!
These rioters pay little heed to the thin line of police.
They're going. Yeah, I would just stop. Bro.
And in moments are pushing against the doors into the House. On the other side, Capitol Police erect a barricade and draw their guns.
Boys, I never said that they were trying to have a reasonable combo. I hope you don't misunderstand me. Just for the record, like I know there's white supremacists. They want to do murder. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they want to just have a combo. Okay? So please don't put those words in my mouth.
Guns.
You're a traitor. No, don't.
On the floor, lawmakers are evacuated to the rear of the chamber, where in a few minutes, a rioter will be shot and killed. Part of the mob outside now peels off in that direction to find a different way in.
No, people are running that way.
Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran and QAnon supporter, is among the first to arrive at the rear of the House. They see the lawmakers escaping. That lobby might have been clear had the House been evacuated sooner. But the rioters now become incensed. Zachary Allen, a Trump supporter from Pennsylvania.
Like, that dude, here's what happens there, okay? This is the moment where you fucking whip the batons out, okay? Electrocute every one of these motherfuckers. This is where you start tear gassing, okay? I know they show her getting shot. I know. That is an immediate threat. I don't think he should have been shot, though.
Pennsylvania punches in the glass panels with his bare fists. Police are stretched extremely thin.
$300 hat. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Canada Goose hat, by the way. Canada Goose hat, by the way. Working class, by the way. I mean, you can be working class and have a Canada Goose hat, but just remember that all of these dudes are like small business owners. Not a single one of them are like real fucking workers, because real workers were too busy working to be able to take a fucking week off to do a fucking terrorism vacation in the Capitol. Just hit him with batons, 3 versus 50. You guys make the argument that, like, here's what I don't understand, dude. So, first of all, the cops on the other side shot them, just for the record. The cops on the other side. There's cops on the other side of the fucking speaker's lobby door. That's who shot them, not these guys. So if you think that, like, there's a problem there, if you think that there is, like, an issue there with the way that these guys would have handled it, then they shouldn't have shot. These guys couldn't have shot them either. You get that, right? So you can't make the argument that, like, one of these guys should have shot them. Why? They would have been overpowered if they did that as well. And then their guns would have been taken away from them, and then they would be using those guns. Like, you're making up hypotheticals in this situation. So dangerous to shoot in there like that. He could have hit a fellow cop. They probably would have.
Just 3 officers and a security staffer stand guard. None are wearing riot gear, and they keep their weapons holstered.
It's fucking nuts that this was like... It's nuts that this is the little amount of security that they had.
When a team of heavily armed police now arrives, the 3 officers step aside.
Go! Let's go! Get this shit!
This creates a crucial gap that allows rioters to smash in the glass. A warning, what happens next is graphic. It's 2:44 p.m. and behind the door, a police officer draws his
Here, I'll show you up to this point. They're like...
handgun.
They're breaking the fucking window.
There's a gun! There's a gun! Hey, he's got a gun!
The cop literally fucking pulls his gun out. They say he's got a gun, and then that's the moment where Ashley Babbitt gets killed behind this barricade. From behind a barricade, a cop just pulls his gun out and shoots Ashley Babbitt.
Babbitt vaults into the window.
Here's Ashley Babbitt's last moments, vaulting through the window, trying to get in.
And the officer shoots her once.
Boom. There is no way that I can believe that the U.S. intelligence not shot from behind a barricade. No, she got no, the cop is literally behind a barricade and she's trying to get through a fucking window and he just shoots her. They're actually just going to skip the rioters telling those cops to abandon their post because it makes the cops look bad. Fuck New York Times. No, they briefly show it. They briefly show that the rioters are like, come on, get out of here. Get out of here. Just let us in, let us in, let us through. The ironic thing is that she was shot once while committing a crime, but any black guy in Oakland will be lit up like a Christmas tree for no real reason. Okay, but you know that I don't advocate for that, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Like, you guys make it seem like cops are a force of nature, that they're gonna murder, okay? So you would rather, have them murder someone that is a psychotic QAnon supporter rather than a black person. Like, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that they shouldn't murder. Okay? At this point, the entirety on the other side, the entire fucking armed police force is like literally right there. As the New York Times also pointed out. Start fucking tear gassing that hallway. Beat the shit out of Ashley Babbitt. Take advantage of the barricade that you've placed. Start tasing people. That's hindsight. Okay, well, we are analyzing the situation in the aftermath, so I don't know why you're... Dude, you guys all sound fucking like conservatives who justify police killings. I'm just letting you know. That's hindsight, baby. He looked dangerous at the time. Or sometimes when they are actually in the process of being a danger. That was the only armed person behind that barricade. Where do you see the whole police force? Did you not see them talk about the police leaving because the armed guards have now come in to the fray? Anyway, let's keep going.
It's a fatal wound through the upper chest. Inside the chamber, the floor is clear, but lawmakers in the balcony are sheltering in place.
Everybody stay down! Get down!
Yeah. The fuck?
Take your pins off.
Pins off.
They now remove the breastpins that identify them as members of Congress. A group of rioters who almost made it to the balcony are held at gunpoint as it's finally evacuated.
Damn, bro, that's crazy. That's crazy that the armed forces, the armed officers that have like riot shields and shit came in and actually stopped the breach. But that's weird. Doesn't seem like there was one cop there, but I guess like him shooting and killing Ashley Babbitt is the reason why they were leaving. Damn.
Now Trump supporters have achieved...
Just because there is a more justifiable reason to shoot Ashley Babbitt doesn't mean it's like actually justifiable for the cops to shoot someone, okay? I don't know why you guys keep saying this. Of course, it's more justifiable for Ashley Babbitt to be shot, literally breaching a fucking government building, than a random black person that was skateboarding or some shit, or Tamir Rice. I'm not saying that. I don't know why you guys literally think that like there is no level of nuance to this. It's either like cops are fucking justifiable to escalate and murder someone, or they're not. Okay? It's very fucking annoying. Why did this guy say 15K Andy?
Achieved their goal, stopping the election certification.
Defend your liberty! Yes! Defend your Constitution!
Because you literally equated to that? Your takes are shit as fuck? No. There are varying degrees. Okay? Don't move on. Chat deserves every second of the stun lock. I mean, it's not even a fucking... It's not even a stun lock. This is like... 27, 25, because obviously you don't want to pay attention to the video. That barricade was the only thing holding the evacuation point. No, we saw it. They describe it. You're the only one treating this with no nuance. Some murder is okay. Got it. On this day, you had 100K viewers? No, I had more than that. And I said the exact same thing back then. But for some reason, people were just like not as aggro about it, I think.
And while the House is evacuated, at the other side of the building, the Senate is occupied.
Treason! Treason! Treason!
On the Senate floor, they leaf through lawmakers' files.
There's gotta be something in here we can fucking use against these scumbags.
Mug for photos. Pray.
Shooting her work, though? They all ran away? That's not true. What do you mean they all ran away? They're literally... What are you talking about? They fucking breached, dog. What are you talking about? And the ones that didn't fucking breach ran away because the armed people that were behind... The armed people that were behind that one cop that fucking shot her were apprehended by those fucking armed cops. Hasan defending terrorists. Name something new, lol. Wait, what? I don't understand this take. Like, you... What? Like, what level, what political approach is this? Like, what is this person's ideology? That they're like... You're ignoring the video the crowd actually left after Ashley Babbitt was shot. Quit defending terrorists. One less terrorist alive is a good thing? Bro. Baboons like you are the reason why Guantanamo Bay still operates. I'm sorry, man. Like, you're literally the fucking reason why. You are literally the reason why Americans are so fucking hyper reactionary, dude. Oh my god, dude. This is so psychotic. You guys suck ass and dicks and balls. Just all the way. Fuck me, dude. Holy shit.
And leave a message for Mike Pence.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
As rioters inside have been rampaging throughout the Capitol, the crowd outside has grown, and that first battle has continued raging. For almost 2 hours, officers face off with rioters who say they support the police.
We've backed you forever. We've backed the blue forever.
But assault them anyway. We're going to show what happened here because it demonstrates yet again how failures by Capitol Police leaders to prepare put the safety of these officers at risk.
Leftists have a long storied global history of using extreme violence versus the far right, so while your opinion is as valid as any other, I don't think it's accurate to say leftists don't preach or engage in violence. Is an evolved opinion, but not a leftist one. No, of course. Of course. But I'm not a fucking idiot who thinks that, like, you can achieve things without any fraction of violence. I also tell you that violence is a constant in the political system. As a matter of fact, politics is about the distribution of justifiable violence. This is something that I believe, and this is something that I understand, rather. Okay? That's precisely why Chad is also simultaneously yelling at me about a fucking case where a cop killed a 17-year-old black girl by the name of Ma'Khia Bryant for lunging at another black teenage girl with a knife, and saying that in that instance, the cop should have done nothing, but in this instance, the cop is okay for killing someone. Do you not understand that? So clearly, I do have a limit, or I do have a barrier where I consider violence to be appropriate. Do you not get it? Anyway. So clearly I don't have a, there should never be violence ever, and cops should never engage in use of force ever. There is always going to be a point where use of force is justifiable. As a matter of fact, I'm even saying that they should have applied more force here. Should shoot when it's an armed attack? No, for fuck's sake. You're right, but for the wrong reasons. You watched a video of how the EU police handle their armed attacks, and you still have this reasoning. Your position is right, but your reasoning is for when to use live fire. Scuffed. Lolliet. I understand. I have defended a victim of police violence when they had a fucking knife in the past in Philadelphia. Not every situation with an armed assailant is the same. I don't know why you guys try to fucking just level the context out until there is no nuance in any sort of situation, so you feel like your position is more defendable. Yes, I'm not saying as long as you have a fucking knife in your hand, it's justifiable for the cops to kill you. Okay, I'm not even saying that. Even then, there are plenty of ways to deal with it by de-escalation. God damn it, dude.
Capitol Police had been ordered to withhold some of their stronger weapons. But as soon as Robert Glover, a Metro Police inspector, arrives, he calls for his munitions team to help.
Mr. 50, give me a DSO team. DSO team. DSO team to respond to the west front of the Capitol.
When the building is breached, Glover knows he needs to retreat and seeks advice from Capitol leaders.
I need a command official from Capitol so we can coordinate where they want us to pull back to. We cannot hold this without more munitions or more manpower.
But Capitol don't respond. He asks 4 times.
I need to know.
Again, remember kettling and corralling, use of fucking force that greatly escalates the situation, and what my opinions were on it with respect to the Black Lives Matter protests? This is when you're supposed to do those tactics, okay? This is an instance where you're literally supposed to do that. I hope you understand that. That is a gross escalation of force that is only appropriate in certain circumstances. This is an actual mob where it is appropriate to use that. Tear gas, rubber bullets, kettling and corralling, pushing them into choke points, and then, you know, zip tying all of these fucking hogs as quickly as you can.
Capitol, wherever they want to pull back to.
I don't know, Hasan, if you didn't tell me this was January 6th, it would just look like a normal tourist visit. Yeah, exactly. A normal tourist visit where I will be pushing up, you know, couches and stuff and pews to the doors in the halls of Congress. I do stuff like that all the time on normal tourist visits. I also, for the record, don't think that it's appropriate to start firing on people here. Just letting you know. I don't think it's appropriate to start firing on people in the crowd here as well. Because they're storming the Capitol building doesn't mean you should just, like, start fucking clapping dudes. Okay, I gotta pee.
Police lose the line.
There's a pit that we lost the line. We've lost the line. LMPD, pull back!
We the people! We are the storm!
Rioters knock an officer over, throw a fire extinguisher.
USA!
Glover issues a 1033, a call of last resort.
1033! I repeat, 1033, west front of the Capitol! We have been pranked and we've lost the line!
On the 1033, have all units respond to assist him. Do what we're trained to do.
Crazed rioters hound the police even as they retreat to the upper level.
Get out of here!
Take your big sorry asses and back up in there! Run your sorry asses off!
Police now begin to guard this doorway, an iconic centerpiece of presidential inaugurations. But for another 2 hours, the same pattern will repeat. Rioters fill the terrace, instigators trigger a frenzy, and tragically, someone will die. A brutal fight erupts in the doorway. The mob heaves in a coordinated scrum.
Okay.
And when police finally push them out, they face even worse violence.
Just like my visit to the Capitol, me too. I'm always going to the Capitol and you know, doing stuff like this.
They are tased, gassed, and robbed of their equipment. They're beaten with a crutch, a hockey stick, and even an American flag. At least 4 officers are pulled into the crowd.
It's fucking nuts, dude. The fact that they didn't just go balls to the fucking wall, buck wild, like many different moments even before this, and certainly after, blows my fucking mind, dude. Like, why do we have a police force, dude? Like, you literally do nothing, dog. You do nothing. This is where you're supposed to be aggressive. It's fucking insane, dude. Pick a fucking side. Do you think I'm siding with the conservatives, you fucking dingus, when I say Ashley Babbitt should not have been fucking murdered? Like, you think that my position is that she's like good and smart and was doing something that was lawful and appropriate, and like that's what your opinion is here? I guess it really doesn't matter. Like, it really doesn't matter. You just have like a hog-like mentality. Pick a side. I usually like you, man, but your takes today are so wild as cringe. Here's the reality, folks, okay? I have a lot of positions that come across as weird to you because you're, in a lot of instances, just getting fed the same kind of self-reinforcing takes from the echo chambers that you're in. Okay? This is the same approach that I get. This is the same attitude that I hear from my own leftist community when I talk about how, like, one, Nazis deserve healthcare as well by virtue of being human beings, okay? And that is a way to address the material conditions that, like, literally will make it harder for Nazis to exist, or more Nazis to exist. And same approach from chat whenever I say things like, we should focus on rehabilitation rather than incarceration. And the immediate take from chat, from a lot of chatters, is always, you're assuming that disagreeing with you here is without nuance? I do think so, yes. I think that there are people here that legitimately believe that state violence is appropriate against those that they disagree with. I think there are people who believe that state violence was appropriate in that circumstance because that person was an immediate threat to the lives of like every congressman on the other side, and that the only way to stop that at the bottleneck was by murdering one of those people. Okay? We have a minor disagreement in that condition. If your take is that state violence is almost always inappropriate, but in that situation, the only way that they could stop the overflow of chuds from running into the halls of Congress was to shoot one of them, then we have a minor disagreement. I'm not saying what Ashley Babbitt was doing was good. I'm not agreeing with any of the fucking chuds. I'm even going so far as to say violence in this situation would have prevented further violence from occurring. Not violence like shooting them up, lighting them up with a fucking gun, but rubber bullets and the regular kettling and corralling tactics that cops use on Black Lives Matter protesters every goddamn fucking time. Okay? This is actually, and only until everyone is evacuated from the building, by the way. After that, just let them fucking wear themselves out and then continue engaging in kettling and corralling and arresting people. Motherfucker that said pick a side is the same person who then can't understand why hogs blindly believe Trump.
One dragged by his own helmet, face down. And again, the frenzy turns fatal.
I mean, they're not, that person wasn't dead, but still, it's just like, I worry about showing certain stuff. The whole don't murder people, engaging in war and endangering lives and committing treason thing. Wait, what? So I don't get it. Like, should all of these dudes get fucking clapped? They're all doing terrorism and they're all doing an insurrection. Would the cops have been justified in like killing all of them? Oh my god, dude! Everyone is throwing up yeps. Wait, what the fuck? Are you guys serious? Holy shit, dude. Okay, you guys are fucking freaks, dude. No wonder the American government gets to be as draconian as it wants. No wonder the American government gets to fucking murder people. Jesus Christ. Yeah, just start gunning everybody down, dude. They should have just busted out the fucking M64 and just mowed through the fucking lawn.
Roseanne Boyland, a Trump supporter who has been swept up by QAnon conspiracies, is...
Why scrutinize cops all the time, brother? No, yeah, sure, straight up. I shouldn't be. I'm actually pro cop with the rest of the chat.
Moving toward the door. But amid the scrum, she collapses and is lying unconscious beneath the mob.
That person that fucking collapsed and they trampled over her was literally waving. Fucked up, but I was literally waving a "Don't tread on me" flag. The irony is just aggressive.
As the crowd sarcastically chants a Black Lives Matter slogan, Boylan's friend, Justin Winchell, tries to pull her to safety. He screams for help.
You can't see her, but he's like literally looking for help. That's a different person, by the way. That's not... That person didn't die.
But instead, fellow rioters trample over Boyland and charge at the police again.
Look at how horny these motherfuckers are. Look at this shit. They do this and you still support them? Wait, what? Support who? For the record, like, even here, this is a more justifiable use of deadly force than in that situation. Why are you surprised some of us don't care what happens to hogs? Because it's not about what happens to hogs. It's about what force of use is justifiable in your eyes. Because at this point, it's like, this dude is literally fucking just directly assaulting a cop.
Boyland will be pronounced dead at a local hospital in the evening.
Those guys should have at least been charged with murdering Boyle. You know what I mean? They like literally trampled over her to get to the cops and kill the cop.
By the end of the day, rioters have breached and entered the building and
I guess it's pretty tough for cops to justify canning a dude even if he's attacking police, considering there are 100 plus people directly behind him in the line of fire too. Yeah, I mean, they also were not going to fire that other cop for killing Ashley Babbitt. That would have been insane. They literally give you paid vacation when you murder unarmed black kids on the street. You think they're gonna fucking literally punish someone for murdering an insurrectionist? Of course not. This is the first time I heard 5 people died at the insurrection. Cops died at the insurrection. I don't know if you didn't know that at all or not.
at least 8 locations. There's the first breach, which we've seen, when rioters smashed through 2 windows and a door. Beside that, a rioter with a crowbar smashes in a second door and then opens it to hundreds of people.
A couple cops killed themselves too.
Others smash a window next to the inauguration door and
two or
climb
one.
inside.
I don't know if it was related to this though. No, one cop died on that day. Didn't he? I thought a cop died on that day. Yeah, one got like...
At this entrance, police stand aside and allow rioters to stream in unchallenged.
Or, well, I mean, they were... A lady with a "Don't Tread on Me" flag was trampled to death. Yeah, we already saw that. I guess where we differ is that for me, her death was tragic and she didn't deserve to die for a fucking Facebook conspiracy theory. But in that moment, the Secret Service agent was justified in his actions. One on the day, one of suicide the day after.
On the north side of the building, police in riot gear yield and let the crowd in. Another 3 breaches are on the east side, 2 by the central doors into the rotunda, and this southeast door leading to the House chamber. It's the arrival of more Metropolitan Police and other agencies that finally turns the tide. When those officers enter the rotunda, they clear it in just 20 minutes. As the mob is pushed back through the east doors, their rage turns to Mike Pence, who Trump attacked earlier.
I think if Ashley Babbitt... Okay, let me point this out again. I think Ashley Babbitt breaching through and lunging at someone is different than Ashley Babbitt getting shot while she's in the process of breaching. Okay? That's the difference for me as far as the use of deadly force. I'm not looking at it as an individual act of violence versus a cop doing an individual act of like disproportionate retaliation. I'm saying that I know that they're fucking bloodthirsty. I know that they're trying to break through. But there are always, LMAO, there's no difference. If you don't think that there's any difference, you're fucking dumb. There is absolutely a difference, dude. There is absolutely a fucking difference. The issue is there is a mob there that is trying to break through. That is what is known as a choke point, okay? It's a bottleneck. That man is holding off the bottleneck. Defending a bottleneck by murdering someone is not the same as defending someone else's life that is in direct threat. If you consider Ashley Babbitt's murder to be justifiable, then you should also consider that all those other people that are trying to attempt to breach through that choke point could be killed. And it's justifiable. Like all of those other people that were like breaking the windows, like they should be killed as well by that same cop. I don't agree with that. I think that that is an indefensible position. Okay? Especially when the armed police was behind them, but still the armed police was there. And they obviously cleared it. Not because Ashley Babbitt was shot and killed, but they cleared it because they were there. It's a show of force. In most of these circumstances, a show of force is all that's necessary. Their lines were thin. The cops' lines were thin. And that is the reason why they were able to be overpowered this way. But it wasn't because someone got killed where everyone was like, oh shit, we really got out of hand. Especially because if you think that murder is the reason why people de-escalated, then why don't you think murder in all the other situations would have further escalated the tensions? That's why I said there were... I'm not even saying that he should not have used any force whatsoever. I did say that he should have used force. I just don't think that shooting someone in that situation is the justifiable use of force. Barricaded, guns drawn. Yeah, I should be fine to smash out this window and crawl through for a chat, right? Dude, if that's literally your attitude, I'm glad that you're not a fucking cop, okay? You're missing what I'm trying to say. Have you watched the Ashley Babbitt video on this stream? The barricade was still working and the only entrance to the hallway was a window that one small person could get through at a time. Yeah, exactly. And all the fucking armed hogs were behind them. The hog cops were there. They were ready to fucking, you know. Hey, let's keep going. She was warned several times. What do you expect? Yeah, you're right, dude. Hey, when a cop warns you several times, it's okay. If you get killed, sorry, you didn't comply. Wow. Fuck. Fuck, dude.
Here. Metro officers also stopped other rioters from entering on the west side, where the mob first broke in.
I'm too libby on this take. Yeah, dude. Yeah, liberals certainly disagree with me on... I mean, liberals certainly agree with me on, you know, police force in this situation. Are you stupid? You guys are the liberals who love that the cops murdered a fucking QAnon supporter. It's actually the libs that are fucking celebrating this shit. That's why we call it Blue MAGA.
But here too, we see a crowd empowered by the belief that they're carrying out some patriotic duty.
I was invited here by the president!
Over the course of the day, 150 police officers are injured. After 4 p.m, Metro and Capitol Police regain control of the upper levels. The final parts of the interior are cleared by other law enforcement, including federal agencies. Tear gas and flashbangs disperse the crowd on the inauguration terrace. The Virginia State Police and Arlington County Police help to reclaim that area.
Literally all you need to say is she should have been arrested once she got through. She shouldn't have been killed, yes, but you aren't proposing alternatives? No, you dumb fuck. You're not hearing the alternatives because you're so fucking bloodthirsty. I said like 10 times so far. There were numerous alternatives of how to deal with this fucking person that was trying to crawl to a fucking tiny ass space. Beating the shit out of them and then arresting them was one of them. I literally said that so many fucking times, dude. God damn it, dude.
Then rioters are swiftly pushed off Capitol grounds by a reinforced police line. Only now, more than 3 hours after Capitol Police first called them, do National Guard soldiers arrive.
You can defuse and turn down right now.
Troops were staging just 20 minutes away, but a recent procedural change meant the highest level of the Pentagon had to approve deployment. And Pentagon officials delayed the decision, partially in fear of bad optics, even as the Capitol was being overrun. As calm returns, the president tweets again. He repeats that the election had been stripped away, calls his supporters great patriots, and says, "Remember this day forever." The aftermath of January 6th has been as divisive as the lie that launched it. Even as one arm of government has indicted hundreds of rioters, Republican lawmakers continue efforts to normalize what happened with a mix of denials and conspiracy theories.
Some of the people who breached the Capitol today were not Trump supporters.
I knew those are people that love this country, that truly respect law enforcement, would never do anything to break a law, and so I wasn't concerned.
They include Paul Gosar, who'd been at the Trump rally.
If you understand that these methods exist to subdue people with knives, why is your take still that Brian deserved it when, in my opinion, neither Babbitt nor Brian should have died? Okay. I'm going to repeat myself one last time. If Ashley Babbitt had a knife and was lunging towards a fucking congressperson with a knife, do you really think that I would be sitting here saying, I can't believe they didn't subdue her in a non-violent capacity? I mean, make no mistake. I think it's a justifiable use of force in that completely made-up hypothetical if you are trying to make a one-to-one comparison between Ashley Babbitt and Ma'Khia Bryant. Oh my God. Please stop asking me the same thing over and over and over again.
Is harassing peaceful patriots across the country.
And Andrew Clyde, who we saw earlier, standing just a few feet from rioters.
There was no insurrection, and to call it an insurrection, in my opinion, is a
Five cops
lie.
died. They were non-violent. No, 5 cops didn't die. And no, they were violent. They were. Of course, it was a violent mob. I'm not saying that it wasn't a violent mob. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? How do you not understand that there is a difference between defending a life of a human being and defending property? Okay? Saying she needed a knife to be considered a threat is like saying someone isn't being racist until they say the N-word. You are a fucking idiot, dude. I'm sorry. You are actually a fucking moron. And your moronic reasons, your moronic justifications for police use of force is unironically the same reason why cops get away with so much bullshit.
Republican leaders have blocked an independent investigation that could have brought new details to light.
I've made the decision to oppose the House Democrats' slanted and unbalanced proposal for another commission to study the events of January the 6th.
And in May, a top Republican was ousted from the party's leadership after blaming...
Didn't address chatter? What was the dumbass chatter's take? Here, you want me to just keep repeating it over and over again? Is that what you want? You just want me to keep repeating my position over and over again, it seems like. Because I think that's what it is. But dude, you don't provide alternatives. No, I did. I did. Numerous times. You're just not listening to it. Maybe a 60-second ad break will calm you down a little bit. No, he was talking about the guy who called you a dumbass and you didn't respond to him. Was a compliment probably. Yes, repeat your position until you stop defending terrorists. Dude, you are so bloodthirsty, brother. Like, really, you are incredibly bloodthirsty. That's crazy. Stop defending terrorists. Defending terrorists is when I say they should beat the shit out of these people and gas them until they push back, but maybe not murder them while they're crawling through a fucking tight ass window. That's my defense of terrorists. Anyway, I'm running a fucking ad. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's so dumb. Yeah, actually ban that guy. What the fuck am I doing? He just keeps saying I'm defending terrorists. Why am I not banning this person? What the fuck is wrong with me? Where is he? 6-month sub. Thinks he could just like get away with this idiotic shit. Where is the guy? Where is it? Where is his fucking, oh, Buckeye 1994. Oh, Rickalaf clapped him already. All right, bye-bye, Buckeye.
Blaming Trump for inspiring the riot.
And I think that the party is in a place...
There were no riot control officers in the hallway between Babbitt, the mob, and literal members of Congress. Holy shit. Literal members of Congress at that point had evacuated. And yes, there were fucking literal members of, or there was a riot police behind them.
...that we've got to bring it back from.
None of what happened on January 6th would have been possible without a huge mass of ordinary people who were proud of what they achieved.
We stopped the mob!
Millions around the country still believe the violence was not only justified, but necessary. And the forces that brought them there have not gone away.
Yeah, the Patriots are coming back, y'all. Hopefully y'all will be on our side when that happens.
I'm Haley Willis, one of the reporters on this investigation.
This is pretty good. This is a good video. I would have ended the stream. You're patient as hell. I mean, I deal with this every fucking day. This is always what happens. When you started this video, I disagree with your take. I truly thought that lady who got shot brought it upon herself, but when the cops could have easily used their taser or baton, some of the chat needs to understand that using force does not mean using a gun. Don't get me wrong. These people are fucking disgusting. They don't see you as human beings. I'm just letting you know. None of those people that were there, most of them don't see you as human beings. But the point is, you're supposed to be better than them, okay? All of those people, at some point, I promise, have advocated for the police force to use that kind of violence on people like yourself, people that look like you, people that have the opinions that you do. You think those motherfuckers aren't in my DMs telling me, like, I'm going to fucking murder your family? It doesn't matter. I'm better than them, okay? And you should be too. That's the point.
Report about Britney Spears, an article from the New Yorker alleging for the first time that the superstar called 911 to report alleged abuse the night before that dramatic court testimony. We'll speak to the reporters in a moment, but first, Kaylee Hartung has the latest. Good morning, Kaylee.
Hey, good morning, Eva. She never had a chance. That's how one source described the circumstances of the hearing that put Britney under this conservatorship 13 years ago. Now, a new in-depth investigation with sources from Britney's inner circle, it sheds new light on what the New Yorker calls the conservatorship nightmare Britney's been living under.
This morning, new details revealed about the conservatorship Britney Spears has been.
Don't you say that the Democrats should play dirty like the GOP? Dude, how do you not comprehend that, like, doing politics is entirely different than fucking directly shooting someone? Like, how can you not see that that's entirely different? If Democrats were, like, writing bills that also allowed, like, Republicans to get fucking killed in a vehicular collision without any sort of, like, legal scrutiny, I would be against the Democrats doing that. As a matter of fact, I shit on Democrats who literally say stuff like, Republicans in red states deserve to die because they voted for Republicans. Okay? They don't. Like, why the fuck do I care about what happens in West Virginia then? Like, there's, you know what I mean? All of those people want me dead. Okay? A lot of those people want me dead. They think I'm a fucking terrorist, a traitor to this nation. They would love to see cops come in and beat the shit out of me on camera in 4K. They would jerk off to it. That doesn't change my position that they still deserve to be treated as human beings. And I hope I can instill that lesson on you as well. I hope I can get you to fucking see it that way as well. Thank you, Trev Isinten, for the 25 gifted subs. It's so funny that you guys like talk about how these guys want to murder all of you and shit like that. I mean, yeah, I deal with it on a daily basis, dude. Okay?
Been living under for more than a decade. In a new article in The New Yorker, Pulitzer Prize-winning author Ronan Farrow and co-author Gia Tolentino writing that just hours before Britney's bombshell 20-minute statement in court 2 weeks ago, the pop star called 911 to report she was a victim of conservatorship abuse. They write that night members of Spears' team began texting one another frantically. They were worried about what Spears might say the next day, and they discussed how to prepare in the event that she went rogue. It was at that court hearing where fans finally got to hear from the 39-year-old herself.
This is fucking insane. Also, much respect to Ronan Farrow. Like,
passionately describing to a judge how she says she's been isolated, exploited, embarrassed, and demoralized by the conservatorship that's controlled her life and finances for the last 13 years, asking that it be terminated. A conservatorship is typically granted for the elderly or someone unable to care for themselves. The New Yorker reporting that in 2008, a judge gave power over Britney's life to a team, including her father, after a hearing that lasted just 10 minutes, the day after Britney was committed to a hospital for a second time, as she was caught in a bitter divorce and custody battle. A former friend of the Spears family, whose testimony helped create the conservatorship, now telling the New Yorker she regrets her actions. At the time, I thought we were helping, and I wasn't. And I helped a corrupt family seize all this control. According to that former friend, Britney's mother, Lynn, thought the conservatorship would only last a few months. When the New Yorker spoke to Lynn last month, she said she had mixed feelings about everything. I don't know what to think. It's a lot of pain, a lot of worry.
Are you a shark and I'm on your back?
The article also revealing how involved Britney is in what's posted on her social media. Spears admitting in court she has lied online, pretending to be happy when she's not. The New Yorker explaining she does write her captions, but she must submit them to a company that manages her accounts for approval.
Dude, this is so psychotic. How can people be comfortable with this, dude? It blows my mind. It's so nuts. How can anyone be comfortable with this? How can anyone look at the situation and be like, yeah, that's appropriate. What's going on here is acceptable. It's appropriate. The judge did the right thing. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the absolute fuck, dude?
Team member telling the New Yorker Britney is not supposed to discuss the conservatorship. Spears has earned millions while under conservators' control. But in 2012, the New Yorker reports, while wrapping up a $1,300 dinner, Spears told a friend she couldn't afford to pay her half of the bill. At the time, she was working as a judge on X Factor, a $15 million job. But Spears said she was limited to a $2,000 weekly allowance, no matter how much she earned.
And among the bills Britney Spears does have to pay, according to the New Yorker, is
at the time, her fucking lawyer's weekly allowance was 5 times that. Her lawyer's weekly allowance was 5 times that. Like, her lawyer's getting paid $10,000 a week to keep her locked in this conservatorship while she was getting $2,000.
Is a $520,000 a year fee to her court-appointed attorney, Sam Ingham. And yet, again, according to the New Yorker, multiple sources tell them that they feel Ingham's loyalty is more so to the conservatorship and Jamie Spears than to Britney. Her next hearing is scheduled for July 14th, Eva.
Kaylee Hartung there for us. Thank you. And here now with the reporters behind Britney Spears' conservatorship nightmare from the New Yorker, Gia Tolentino and Ronan Farrow. Guys, thanks so much for being with us. So much to break down on this story. Ronan, let's start with you. That 911 call you reported on made the night before her court date last month. Had Britney Spears ever called 911 before, and why now?
This appears to be a new escalation in the case, and, it accords with what we learned in her testimony the next day, which is she really did describe this in terms of criminal abuse. She said, my family members and management involved in the creation of this legal structure should go to jail. She said this in court. We know this from her, and it obviously reinforces that she, it seems, wanted to create a legal record of that complaint. We also know from subsequent other publications confirming our reporting on this in the last couple of days that officers were dispatched in that moment. So it seems like we now know that testimony emerged from a moment of her being distraught over this arrangement.
And Ronan, to counter that, Jamie Spears has repeatedly denied any wrongdoing and says he only has his daughter's best interest at heart.
And that is a complication inherent in so many cases of alleged conservatorship abuse, Eva. This is a family that I think sincerely says that they have her interests at heart, a family that probably believed at various points that they were pursuing her best interests as they set this up. But what we reveal is also other conversations and records at the time show that there were complicated motivations beyond Britney Spears' well-being playing into this.
Gia, you take us through the history of this arrangement. Based on the conversations that you've had, do you think it was legitimately meant to help her in the beginning?
So everyone we spoke to agrees that Britney was in genuine crisis in 2008. And as Ronan says, that her parents were sincerely concerned about her well-being, that a change was necessary. But I'll just point out that there is a vast spectrum of assistance and structure that exists between struggling through crisis unsupported and entering a probate conservatorship of the type she's under, which is specifically and exclusively intended for people who will not get better. And because conservatorships involve another person or people maintaining significant daily control over basically all aspects of your personal, medical, and financial life, they are highly vulnerable to abuse, even in the type of arrangements they're intended for, the very elderly or people with profoundly disabling conditions.
And Rona, let's talk about this conservatorship. You describe it as severely limited.
Why are these reporters confusing you? In 2008, she did have a massive meltdown that was very public, caused by paparazzi, caused by the people that were controlling her, caused by her probably being abused by the media her entire life and not having a decent foundation within her upbringing, right? That's probably the reason why people originally thought, or people around her originally thought, this conservatorship could have been good. Okay.
Limiting Spears' freedom. What does it do? And the thing for so many of us that's hard to kind of put together is, how is this possible for a person who headlined a tour and made $130 million?
Well, that's exactly the question, Eva. This is someone who's extremely high functioning and tests the outer edges of to whom this kind of a legal restriction should be applied. Right now, Britney Spears' basic economic and legal rights have been ceded to others around her, including her father and a court-appointed individual. And she's saying, I have some issues that need to be worked out in therapy, but I do not deserve to lose all my basic rights. At one point in her testimony in court, she said, I have an IUD in me, I have birth control in me, and I'm not being permitted to remove that, and I want to have a child. These are basic questions of body autonomy, and a woman of around 40 who, many people looking at the amount of money she's making, the amount of performing she has done over the years of the...
They're saying that even in that case, it isn't meant for people in that condition either. I'm just assuming that the people closest to her, maybe... at the time, they knew more than what was let out in the media. I think the circumstances around her that we can observe probably led to her having loss of control almost completely in a delirious state. But it should not. I mean, even in that situation, it's very strange to go for the literal last resort. You know what I mean? But I just assume that there could have been a well-intentioned beginning to Why are you giving the benefit of the doubt to the people that are clearly trying to suck her dry? No. I'm not talking about fucking her dad and shit. I'm talking about other people that they reached out to around Britney Spears. Because, like, remember, even her assistant was like, this is too much. Like, she's in a situation where, like, it's not like people around Britney Spears were all anti-Britney Spears. Even, like, the people that she trusted felt like she was in a situation that was hard for her to recover from on her own. That doesn't change the fact that her dad abused that in an effort to go for the most insane and most ridiculous way of keeping her in check.
The conservatorship, I think, in a very valid way, say, hey, is this right? Is this what we do in our society when people have some mental health issues?
And Jay, you point out that both of these incidents that led to questions about her mental health, they stemmed from her desire to see more of her.
Because, like, there's some other stuff here, right? For example, some other stuff that we are not considering is, like, she lost the custody to her children. She lost custody to her children to the dad. Now, that's not very common in the legal system. Like, you had to have done something like, you had to have actually demonstrated that you don't have, like, that you were like incapable of taking care of your children. At least in that situation. At least in that situation. Not saying that she's a bad mother or anything like that. And also still talking about, like, the system loves to take children away from people in rehab. Are you crazy? Dude, it's fucking Kevin Federline, dude. If the legal system thinks Kevin Federline is better at, like, and should have more custody over the children than Britney Spears, then, like, just think about that. At the time, I think in the eyes of the court, it probably looked like she was not taking good care of her children. A shaved head and a bumped fender is not behavior extreme enough that you should have autonomy taken from you. I don't disagree with that.
Her own children. Wanting to be a mom was a big part of her testimony in court in June.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that those two incidents, the night she shaved her head, the night she hit the paparazzo's car with an umbrella, they were directly preceded by her driving to Kevin Federline's house, asking to see the children, trailed by photographers and being turned away. And, I'll just point out that at the time of that breakdown, Britney Spears is 26. She's had two children within about a year of one another. She got divorced while nursing her 2-month-old second child. And she was so...
To be fair, though, like, I mean... we should be demanding evidence as to why the original conservatorship agreement took place, like what led her to losing custody of the children, and whether it was, like, reasonable or not. Was she actually capable of taking care of herself or not? These are all questions that should be asked. Also, every single judge and every single lawyer that has ever played a role in this conservatorship agreement in the aftermath in the past 13 years, not saying in the beginning or when it originated, but, like, since then, maintained this system of subjugation, should absolutely be put up for a bar review. Like, 1,000%. It is so unreasonable. It is so unacceptable. It's ridiculous. And they're still extending it to so far. So, it blows my mind.
Blisteringly famous that photos of her were making up a quarter of the revenues for some photo agencies. Paparazzi followed her around everywhere she went.
Yeah, by the way, remember, A lot of the stuff that the paparazzi did to her are literally now illegal. Okay? Like, they can't do that anymore. Partially because of what they did to Britney Spears and other celebrities. So
They jumped out of moving cars, chased her on foot. They shot long-range photos into her backyard. Every mistake she made national news. And many people we spoke to suspect that she had postpartum depression and don't remember anyone speaking to her about it. And I can just say, you know, if I had experienced even a day of early motherhood under the circumstances that she did, I would have self-medicated and I would have broken down.
Yeah, early motherhood, a divorce, the combination of all those things with the paparazzi, just a lot to take on. Gia Tolentino, Ronan Farrow, thank you guys so much for being with us this morning.
Well, hey there, GMA fans. Robin Roberts
yeah, everyone I think agrees on how much the surrounding circumstances exacerbated the situation.